Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
The new Vertical Enhancement Spaceship Unit. A plasma space technology to prepare humanity for transportation and transmutation in deep space. Essential processes are embedded to prevent mutations and psychosomatic conditions during deep space travel. This new system is designed to support upper body conditions, especially of the lungs and intestines, and can be targeted specifically for each organ. When inside the Vertical Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the body experiences balance in totality, enabling it to correct and rebalance all the fields within itself. The new Vertical Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a dimension in health and transportation never seen before. The revolutionary new Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit is due to be launched in June 2022, and in the same year is expected to fly passengers into space, to the moon and beyond for a day or even several days at a time. There is no need for the Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit to carry food or medicine, as it is equipped with the latest space technology for transportation, transmutation and deep space operation. This extraordinary breakthrough technology ushers in a new era of travel without the need of fuel, food, or medicine, even during the longest excursions into deep space. Each spaceship unit has a 4-passenger capacity for long or short duration flights and has the capability to travel between cities on Earth in a matter of seconds to minutes, depending on the distance and speed. This ability to traverse massive distance in such incredibly short time is not just a breakthrough for human transport, it also completely revolutionizes the transportation of goods and cargo and will rapidly overcome the need for one of our most polluting practices, namely marine shipping, as it finally breaks us free not only from the combustion of heavy diesel, but from the combustion of any fuel for propulsion in the future. The Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a new paradigm in space travel, space medicine, and space technology.
And we'd like to welcome you to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for September 17th, 2023. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick and everyone else who's on the panel as participants. Whether you actively participate or not, we know we're all equal, so everyone has an input, whether it's on the silent line of communication or you do open your mic. I see Gail has just come in and we want to make her co-host so she can access the chat. But yes, many important developments going on behind the scenes, and some of it's just being unveiled to the rest of us. And what we're seeing we saw an ad for the vertical enhancement units, the horizontal enhancements units. It seems like it's all being basically put forth in the cosmic bundle headsets, which appear something along this line. And everything has been shrunk down now. That doesn't mean that they won't still be available for material enhancement or other things, but it seems the miniaturization process is taking place where eventually the white box will be eliminated, just the headphones will be there, and in maybe 2 to 5 years, it'll miniaturize even further so that it can be embedded in the body of the man and have full access at any time you need it. But Mr. Keshe said at the same time, he said, we don't want to be stuck or connected too much to these units. So something's happening where it's becoming ingrained within your structure to remember some of the capabilities you have as the creator and serving the universe. And I think this is what's going to become more and more apparent as time goes on. But the horizontal unit, the vertical unit has perhaps some capabilities that this doesn't have, but it appears that this cosmic communication or a communication bundle is what is being put forward now. As we heard, it's quite bulky to move those things, especially if they're gaining weight. As we know that in Linz, one of the units, he didn't quite tell us which one, but one of them had put on a significant amount of pounds or kilograms, and it was more difficult to move. But you will see these in the London conference. But before we get to that, we're going to cover a little bit of the London conference and then some of the beautiful things Mr. Keshe said about what's coming with these units as far as having certain feeding times and also using them as a heating device, perhaps putting them, a small system may be released in the next few months or so to be able to provide heat. And of course, flying cars was also mentioned. Again, he said, we don't need the electric car. We don't need the batteries anymore. It's time to reintroduce the flying car, which was stifled, I guess, by the Belgians in 2011 and so on. So this is coming back as well and taking out the greed and the jealousy that we have perhaps for our neighbors, or we see people with things we don't have. This is going to also be taken out of the man in some sort of process where you don't need to be jealous or to be greedy of anybody else's possessions, because you can create that same thing for yourself. So these are some of the amazing feats, the amazing systems that are about to be unleashed, and the start of it will be the London conference. In a way, he said the political change is going to be huge. We're also going to see a medical conference in Macau sponsored by the Chinese government. The Keshe Foundation will be part of this. Also, space cities. I think Latance is one of them, and perhaps a couple in China, where we will see where people, no one's hungry, no one is cold, no one is too hot. The elimination of hospitals, doctors will be a rarity to find a doctor in the coming weeks and months and years. So all these things are emanating around this initial system. But again, there's one they're all connected to a central system. And again, no one can connect these units unless even the team, I don't think, knows how to connect these systems to the main system, or the mother system, I think, which is encompasses the soul of the universe, the soul of man, and probably much more. And eventually it'll lead to every creature on this planet somehow getting involved, from the cats to the dogs, with this system. Again, I say it's on a trajectory to be miniaturized over the next 2 to perhaps 5 years and embedded within the body of the man. I heard a report, somebody was saying, we did have a whistleblower in Congress, or a series of them recently. And one of the questions, I didn't hear the question, I didn't even listen to the interview, but someone was reporting on it. And they asked the whistleblower if at this point in time, humans are wearing non-human technology on this planet. And he said, yes, they are. So there may be much more going on in the background. We don't know. But again, this has been planned out for centuries to bring this planet to man into the universal community. And this is part of the process of making it happen. So we will see the flying car. We will see the removal of greed, jealousy, and we're going to have an evolution in our emotions, that we can actually create anything you want. And this is one of the reasons there's no war in space, because they create everything they want from their wishes. So as he said, we're not the first to use this technology. What's new is the full transmutation of the physicality, which again, we're getting to that point, and you may see it demonstrated in London conference. I know he said Emojan would attempt a transmutation, so I'm sure that's already been worked out. One of the prerequisites for the world leaders, the religious leaders, and the rest of us is to, of course, find peace within ourselves, to find peace with the other entities on this planet, and then find peace with the universal community, which I think they exist more in the dimension of energy than they do in the matter state. We've often heard people say the matter state of the universe is only maybe 3 or 5%. So the other 95, 97% is in the dimension of energy. And I think this is how we'll be operating. Maybe putting on those headphones, you go to a whole new dimension that you create. And since you don't need to be fed, you can stay there for as long as you want. And your other needs are met for energy and so on. So we may have a whole different understanding of our existence in the universe, which is, again, what Mr. Keshe is trying to share with us. So the World Peace Treaty is a prerequisite to moving forward with this technology for the world leaders, the world governments, and the rest of us. Because as we know, there's, as opposed to what we hear many times, that we don't know where certain beings are from. Are they here to eat us? Are they here to take over this planet? Are they here to mine gold? Well, all of these things, as we know with the universal knowledge, is a bit ridiculous, as they have the capabilities to create gold. This planet is already has always been part of the universal community, even though we haven't really interacted partially with them. So all of these things are more or less, and then the idea of we need to have a warring fleet to go into space to take over other aggressive entities. We don't find it. We don't see it through the telescopes. We don't hear about it from the astronauts and so on. So man has got to become peaceful and to remove this wrong streak of killing and eating other beings. And that's part of these head units, it seems. Feeding will be part of this program. And of course, they can feed the soul as well as the soul of the man. So it'll be a beautiful upgrade in a way of your capabilities as those two souls start to work together. And we understand more. We're just at the very, very beginning stages of all of this. But this is the World Peace Treaty, a simple document that you can print out in the Keshe Foundation, sign it with a pen, sign it with the pen of your soul. As he says, when we go into space, we probably won't see anything written, as there is no pen in the soul of the man. So again, on the energy dimension, it's just emotions. But this is the World Peace Treaty. I think we've all have signed it, but those who haven't, feel free. If it's your wish to see peace, Path of Peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness by giving, and not material things, by giving fields, by giving energies, will create that position of change, no other thing. So as more and more people come on board, we will see all of this sort of coalesce and move in a certain direction that's been predetermined in a way by these systems and by the participants, and more people will be open to this knowledge. I don't think we'll see family members criticizing it. Actually, I think they'll want to learn more, and we'll say, well, gee, we just talked to you 20 minutes about the tech. Well, yeah, but I know there's more and I want to hear more. Now you may not be able to get them away from you. As he said, the knowledge seekers will be sought after as gold dust. So I think these cards are going to be started to lay down on the table, the governments. And again, he said this would be recorded. In the last workshop in 502, he said there would be none. And now we're hearing perhaps reporters and other people, photographers, may, in certain portions of the meeting, be allowed to film or to document what has been taking place. But this is the World Peace Treaty, and this is the first step. Again, peace within yourself, peace with other entities on this planet, and then peace with the universal community, which has all kinds of various shapes and sizes and colors and dimensions that we can't even imagine. But they're all from the same creator as you. So feel confident in that fact. And of course, that's just in this universe. And then there's many, many more universes we need to learn about. This is only one of, again, trillions probably of different dimensions and universes. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Very simple document with simple words. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with R, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, or bodies and souls. Simply put your name, signature, position held on behalf of, again, your nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, or an individual. Have it witnessed, name and signature, date, position held. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos or your way of belief to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And as we know, the Creator shows himself in trillions of different faces across the universe, as everything, it appears, is from the Creator, even in the dimensions we can't see or we can't touch or smell. They're still from the same Creator as you are. So this is the World Peace Treaty. Sign it. Sign it with the pen of your soul, and then display it. And this gives others the encouragement that, yes, peace can be achieved, and I can be part of bringing that peace, because for the most part, I think we are peaceful. We just have a long streak in us that needs to be sort of weeded out in a way. Any comments anyone would like to make? Remember, this is an open, interactive roundtable session. Nobody's going to criticize you for your words. And we are ears to listen and what you have to share, because everyone is a unique creation containing unique fields and a unique purpose, I think, as part of the collective of the totality. But we're finding out more. So going back to the workshop, which we usually do, I think we'll start at the beginning, and we'll hear Mr. Keshe start to talk about a couple of the gifts that have come into the foundation. If you're planning, again, if we go to the store, you can, these are the monthly sessions, but I think we can see this is the, again, like a universal fair that's being promoted. This is the Ambassadors Conference in London, which will take place Saturday, the 11th of November and Sunday, the 12th of November, which this meeting is a $1,500 fee. You provide your own transportation, meals, lodging, if you need it. But they're leading up to this conference is a series of classes from November 6th to November 10th, I believe it is, where Mr. Keshe will sort of go into more. I don't know exactly what's planned. I haven't seen a syllabus or anything like that, but it has to do part, I think, with the London conference, but also perhaps more advanced teaching or sharing, or moving some of the knowledge from Mr. Keshe in a way and transferring it to the participants that'll be there to make the London conference as smooth and as possible. We know there'll be a number of ambassadors there, and we may be on the silent line of communication, elevating their souls or whatever needs to be done. But it does sound like that will be more of it. I don't know exactly what's planned, but this is, again, a huge political change is about to take place. And bringing this dimension of change, and these head units that we're seeing, what they call the, I guess, the cosmic bundle or communication bundle, is just the beginning of this process. Here it is right here. It's being offered for 4,800 euro. And there are different types. I think this is the general communication bundle. And then there's one that the doctors use. And there's also one, as I said, for people who purchase the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship System, that they'll be receiving some sort of license he was talking about, and perhaps a bridge between wellness centers and the general public. I don't know exactly what that'll entail. Some people have already received their agreements and have signed them, so there's different ones. But he was especially cautious about sharing these headphones. Originally, we didn't share them. Then he said we could share them. And now we're back to the point, until the foundation learns more about how they work and what fields you could be embedding in them. As he said, you don't share your cell phone for the most part with anyone. And these will be considered in the same line. But these can be ordered right now. They're still available. But again, in a year or two, this will be the grandfather of the systems. I think this is, again, this is the Cosmic Ray Bundle communication. Maybe I'm confused here. Here we have the Cosmic Ray Plasma Communication Unit. And this is being offered for 2,000 euro. And again, these are the Cosmic Ray Bundle. And then, as I said, there's a differentiation in the ones that ordered the Universal unit. Apparently, these will be replacing it. And as he said, it's quite bulky to move around, and so on and so forth. So we'll see. We're learning more slowly, gradually. This is being brought into the marketplace, and more things will come out of it as you wear them and experience the elevation of the soul of physicality and the elevation of the soul of the man into where they work pretty much harmoniously together. I know he said about directing the energies, once it was embedded within you, you'd be able to determine which energies went to the soul, which energies went to the soul of physicality, and their interactions bring this sort of transmutation, which I believe will be added to these in the future. As he said, these are not a energy system per se. He calls it a communication bundle. But this is what's being offered for those. I'm sure everyone here has heard this and is well versed in it. But let's go back to Mr. Keshe and hear what he has to say in this 503 a little bit more. And again, if you're planning on London, there are gifts available. First, he said 5 or 6 of the $5,000, 5,000 euro gifts. And then he said perhaps 10 or 20, or perhaps more. So if you're able to swing part of it, the Keshe Foundation will assist. And we'll hear this from Mr. Keshe. Please feel free to stop it at any time. We're also going to go to the Q&A after this and spend probably 30 minutes there and hear some of these, what I've described as heating units, flying cars, feeding times, and also removing the greed and the jealousy from each other. So this may open up quite a bit. And as we saw with the fan, start to believe in something you can't see, the plasma wind, or this cosmic wind, in a way that's going to blow across not only this planet, but across the universe, and keep things in a certain position that yes, we'll be using systems, but it'll allow us, all the created beings, eventually to transit between the both dimensions of energy and the dimension of physicality. So this is what's in store. Never before on this planet has this ever been offered. Again, I don't think you can replicate the butterfly. You can try to replicate the pain pen, but as it says in the instructions, it's not the pain pen that's built at the Keshe Foundation. And certainly these cosmic bundles and other things cannot be replicated or connected to the Keshe Foundation system. Even the team isn't aware of how it's connected. So there's still a lot of, as Mr. Keshe said, we show you what we do, but we don't show you how we do it at this point. But apparently the knowledge is secured in multiple different places and levels, so that if anything would happen to Mr. Keshe, the knowledge will come out in a different way, he said. So that's what's in store for humanity. You can all be part of it, experience it, enjoy it, share it. And again, it's all about the elevation of the soul of the man, the soul of physicality. And then to find this peace within ourselves, within the planet, and within the universal community, as we probably will interact with them once we reach this peaceful condition, as they show us a little bit more about the advanced UFO technology. Although with the flight system, a couple of changes, Mr. Keshe said, and the unit will fly. But he seems to be more in the dimension of energy transmutation rather than physical transmutation, which will come more and more. Each and every one of us will be doing it. And we will accommodate the physicality in a flight system where you can go from New York to Beijing in less than a minute, less than 30 seconds, most likely. So let's hear about what's being offered here, the London conference. Again, you can find it at the store. It's right here. You can sign up for the weekend, or you can sign up for the week. The week is €10,000, and as he said, there's gifts of 5,000 package to help you supplement your visit there the week before. So this is a beautiful gift from one of the knowledge seekers, apparently, in the foundation.
The Spaceship Institute. We welcome you back as usual, and we try to share knowledge and see how things take shape and how the knowledge goes. Traditionally, we make a few announcements at the beginning, and then we dive deep into the knowledge seeking. And then we run out of energy by about 10 o'clock or so, and then we go home to see how we can give each other a breath of fresh air without knowledge, without thoughts, and what we can share. A couple of announcements which we have today for you is very simple. For those of you who've been thinking to come to London for the week conference and then the weekend with meeting with the ambassadors, we have a bit of good news. As you know, the cost of the week teaching, including Manchester and London, and then if we go to the next level, Beijing, was put at 10,000 and still stays at 10,000. We have received a donation from one of the knowledge seekers, which allows us to allow a few people to be able to reduce the price or the cost of it to 5,000. We can give 2 or 3 or 4 tickets free to people, but then it's just sitting around because we had donations, we passed on to people. But now something like about 10, 20 seats are available at 5,000 we put it. And if you can be with us, the donation we received will cover the other part. The whole structure will be set from Monday, the 6th of November, 5 days in London. We have already chosen the venue. it will be announced very late in the sessions, but the ambassadors and the dignitaries and some of the knowledge seekers which will be invited, and governmental officers and scientists will receive the location in due time. When you receive it, please keep it confidential, that we don't get mayhems as usual. But the venue is right, and actually it befits the what we call the space development and everything else, and has a lot of tradition behind it, and it's one of the center points, has been for years of London. In this process, we go further to understand more. There will be one of the most elaborate shows of the space technology. NASA puts their show by launching rockets. We show the new space technology can be done inside a dome, inside a building. And with it, we'll show the application of life. What life will be and how system to support life will take shape. And this will be one of the most, what we call, advanced technologies shown, which changes that. Meeting in London will change the space technology. We are not coming to talk. We are not coming in to just walk and show something. While you're in a meeting, while you're in the session, you will feel as you have become part of the space. You feel how it will be for the passengers of space to be in, how we can guarantee life, how we can support life, and you will feel it. We'll let you taste banana, and we'll let you to swim in the depths of the oceans, of the waters of the universe. The way we have set it up will bring shock to a lot of people. In a way, the whole purpose of London Ambassador meeting is to bring shock to humanity that what are we fighting for? Where everything can be available to 500 people, to 1,000 people at no cost. The change in what will be shown will bring changes very rapidly. Medias from all aspects of what we call internet broadcasts and the rest are invited to be there to record it. And that will bring the knowledge where we want it to be. It'll be a changing point where we show.
So apparently there will be some videotaping. I don't know exactly what is going to be released, but the previous workshop, as I said, he indicated there would be no recording, and now apparently maybe certain aspects or certain systems will be allowed, but it's to shock humanity and to move us away from war and killing, even down to the smallest creatures on this planet. So this is what the part of the shock will be, I think. And hopefully it'll be seen by many, many people around the planet. Depending, again, I don't see the media coming forthwith with it, but as the governments start to announce it and a discovery of a new technology and feeding and so on, and this will be front and center on a mainstream platform, perhaps. Let's continue.
Oh, the way we done to the Chinese military, the change has come. And Chinese authorities have understood the change will be so radical. As one of them said, the scientists had nothing to say. This is a new technology. We do not understand, but it works. And be part of it. The Saturday session, those of you who come for ambassador meeting, you will not be allowed in. It's a session of the part Saturday and Sunday till 2 o'clock. And those of you who take part the week before will be prepared to show part of this in the Sunday, or we call Saturday session. It'll be one of the most radical shows. I was talking to one of knowledge seekers. I said, you know, when the race was put on to show the first light in Chicago Fair, where Tesla and Edison in two different sides took part. On the side of DC and AC, and Edison lost. And we saw the change Tesla brought to the life of all of us. And then by coming to that point, strange enough, we go back to Edison. We bring the AC to our homes because it's easier and cheaper. And then we plug adapter to make it DC, that it works with our system. So the knowledge is the same. The knowledge of creation is the same. The old is there, which is the matter of physicality, and the new, which is the energy technology, will come into it. But then they merge. One cannot work without that. None of us could listen to this teaching if we didn't have collaboration between the Tesla and Edison work. Even though one tried to discredit the other, even by putting man on an electric chair to show he was right. What would have happened if Edison and Tesla would have come to understand the collaboration between them would change the world in a different way at that time? You can imagine what mankind would have achieved today. So the show, the presentation in London is the same. We are not putting one wrong and one right. We are putting two together to show it has to be together to exist. Teaching of today will cover that part. You will understand. You'll come to see, and in a way, you come to appreciate life and its cycle. So join us in London and see the change and bring the change. In one day, your soul in the space says, I was there when it happened. As I said, we had the generosity of one of our knowledge seekers who donated, and we covered that donation by half of the expenses of the very few people. You have to write to Keshe Foundation, pay the 5,000, and put the other part as has been announced. It'll be covered by Keshe Foundation. Saturday stays the same. We will, as we said, we'll stop registering.
So as we all know, there is a session from the 6th to the 10th of November, which is the one he's referring to about offsetting your costs. And then, of course, there's the Ambassador Conference, which happens on the Saturday and Sunday following that week. So those are two options. You can join both. And then your 1,500 would be included, I believe. Any thoughts or comments on this? Okay.
So a total of 10,000 for both?
No, the week is the 10,000. He said it would stay that way. And if you want, you can write to the Keshe Foundation and they will subsidize you 5,000 euro of the 10,000 for the week of November 6th to the 10th. And as
For the ambassadors, it's one day.
The Ambassadors Conference is a Saturday and Sunday after the 10th, the 11th and the 12th. So there'll be a week
Would
of
the 10,000 participants go to that automatic? Or
I think
has to be approved?
if you paid for the week, the Ambassador Conference would be included, but I'm not 100% sure. But I believe it will be. So you're cutting your cost or the cost to be there by 50% if you can swing it. Of course, you still have to provide transportation, lodging, and meals for yourself. So those are the two options. For the Ambassadors Conference, 2 days, 1,500. For the week of the 6th to the 10th, I believe it is, that is a $10,000 fee, which can be offset by 50%. Just pay the 5 and the foundation will put in the balance. Again, science, groundbreaking work. Just the first step, but obviously it's going to be something that will take your breath away. Maybe literally. I don't know exactly what's lined up. I have no clue. But again, it's groundbreaking. Let's go back to the workshop. We continue. Feel free to open anytime your mics, ask a question or make a comment.
For the Saturday. As of next week, we start the invitation and will come to you as knowledge seekers, those who we trust to support, to help, to organize everything that in London we have a smooth show, a smooth running and presentation. And then from there on, as we always done together, we build the next step. The other good news is that, as you know, obesos were offered as a huge bird, huge machines. And those of you who come to London, you will see them. We are shipping these two systems, material and body enhancement, to be present in exhibition in London, for the world to see the development. These two units have become very cumbersome, and it needs a lot of technology and the things, and a lot of teaching. We have brought the technology from 3 years ago when we showed them for the first time in Linz to a new advanced position, to a new system. We centralize everything. And from this week and next week onward, those people who bought the obesos from the Keshe Foundation will start offering the technology worldwide. They become license, and what you see in going to these places will be something very simple. You don't need to carry anymore what we call the huge systems, and all you need to see, and you'll see in the what we call the positions of right places where they have received licenses, such a system. This is the new system. We showed it for the first time in.
So I don't know. I know was talking about her agreement and that there would be some sort of 30% fees would be paid to the Keshe Foundation. So instead of hauling around the universal body enhancement spaceship unit, perhaps you'll be just carrying this in some sort of case and offering it to the world in a way. This is what it sounds like. I don't know how that's going to shake out, but once people start to hear testimonials, I'm pretty sure, of Alzheimer's or Parkinson's being eradicated in minutes or seconds, they may be really beating a path down to your door to find out more or to sign up, as most other treatments have not been very effective in handling this condition. So I don't know exactly how that's going to work, but let's hear more.
Public, that something like this will be there. Those of you who came to Linz, you have seen part of this operation by sitting in the obesos and holding the two what we call electrodes. Now it's changed to this. We showed a different version of this in the teaching in Manchester. This system is self-sufficient, and it only goes to people come agreement with licenses, and about 6-7 of them will pop out. In the next 2-3 weeks, we will start.
And he said when you were holding the electrodes inside the unit, I know they were connected. These are the electrodes you would hold in your hand on this system. And this is apparently when you want to bring in the physicality of something again, but eventually it'll all be shrunk into just a head unit, and then from there miniaturized even further to be able to be embedded within the body of the man, if you would so desire that. If it's, and who knows what, the technology is advancing so rapidly that, again, that might not even be necessary, but we'll see. But at this point, this is the way it's being brought forth.
Promoting their use by the people, you have to go to them to get access to come through what we call a visa for anything you want to test. To whatever else emotion you have in your cabinet, whatever. And this is the new technology. In a way, it's connected, as we said, through international wireless system of the Keshe Foundation to our system. We monitor everything. We see and we test everything else. It's very interesting that you touch it, we feel it, we see it. As you know, last Monday we ran what we call the signature of your soul that you could see. And one of the knowledge seekers was holding in his hand.
Was anyone there for the signature of the soul that would like to share anything about that experience with us? Or if you can share anything about that experience? Okay.
Trying to boost his soul, whatever, a glass of Gans water. And it could be seen on the system. We stopped the session. I went back to him and I said, you have something with you which is interfering with our system. He said, I'm holding a glass of Gans water. So you cannot do that. You cannot cheat. Try to boost or change your soul while you're measuring it. And then the next session was with his wife. He was holding the headphone on his, but turning on the mobile of his wife. We could see that. And so everything is monitored. There is no wire connection. You don't need to plug it. Once it's there, it has to be accepted and we can see it and be connected. We can give it time of connection and everything else can be organized. So we come a long way from those, what we call units of the, what we call the Keshe Foundation, which you saw. The big obesos kept as a center point, and the structure of them is now become one system, runs the whole operation, and we can control everything else through these units. I'm sure this soon become the grandfather of the new systems to come in. We already see what the next step is going to be. The headphone is connected to the, what we call the stand, and inside connected to our system in what we call centrals 7. So from now on, you can go and say, I'm coming to be tested that I can taste banana. I'm coming to be tested to get this. And then we see how we can adjust and give you that taste and the energy. You want to become not to eat, we can test and put it through. That you put the headphone on 3 times a day, and once a day, it becomes your food. This is all coming in the next few weeks and months.
And I can say that dining with the creator, I think at one point in time, they put something in there that I went easily. The first day, food wasn't even a thought on your mind. And then it seemed to dwindle a little bit the second day and a little bit more the third day, maybe somewhere around there. I picked up this idea of this intermittent feeding, which Mr. Keshe had mentioned, where I was only trying to consume solid food between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. at night. So if you were to be fed every day by this system, it certainly had a lasting effect on me for a number of days. And if you were there every day for feeding, I think you can eliminate some of the matter state food you're taking in, which obviously this moves you away from the killing and destroying other entities, even though we don't think of them, an apple or a pear or a banana or an orange, as any sort of entity that we should be concerned about destroying. But it's the ethos of the universe where you don't take another's energy to fulfill your own needs, but you absorb fields like the creator does. And this is what we're learning, is being programmed or being ingrained within us by operating and working with these systems. So the feeding is definitely on the card. And it does sound like that's one of the impetuses. I know Mr. Keshe originally went to the world governments for saying he can show the people on this planet how to feed themselves and generate their own power relatively inexpensively. And of course, the governments at that point in time said, we do not want people to have this technology because it gives you quite a freedom of operation without being dependent on a location or a place or a position.
This is the technology you will see in London. Knowledge seekers in Manchester saw the prelude to this, and this is the first time we show. This is the combination head unit, and it will bring changes. The system you buy as a head unit is different than the unit which is for the obesos. The other units which are connected to this, each one is set for a specific program, for a process, and we connected to different machines. Therefore, in the coming time, in the next few years, what we see leaves in the corner of the house, it will feed you, keeps you healthy, elevates your soul, even can, in the coming time, allow you through the transmutation, as we have shown.
So this is part of the transmutation. There'll probably be another feature added to it, or it's already in there and it'll just be switched on to allow you to do the transmutation. And I know he said that about embedding these systems within you, that the proper mix of salinity and sugar would also be able to be achieved relatively instantaneous to allow that transmutation. You wouldn't think that that would be part of it, but apparently it is. And again, I don't know much about it, but this is what I'm gleaning from the knowledge myself. Anyone else want to add anything? But you can see there's definitely different systems set up for the doctors, the communication bundle, and then the ones who purchase the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. There's different sort of formats or versions in a way.
The system has been brought up. We'll go up to the next step. This is a change where you will see, this is what will show. Ambassadors can put on their head and get in touch with the presidents and the kings. We will bring this to reality, and then many, many more systems you will see. We have to face the change. There is no choice. As I said, man always spoke about Tesla and Edison, but man never considered the beauty of the two knowledges and technologies they brought together, brought mankind to where we are today. We transport through Tesla, we deliver through Edison. We transport through transmutation of the soul, and we deliver the physicality through transfer of body into material state. There's no difference. Now we see, in the body of the man, we breathe. We take energy in the lung through our nose. We take the energy through our mouth. What is at the highest level? Energy fields in the dimension of the air we breathe, passes through the back channel near the soul, Soul takes the energy it needs to charge up, to expand. The material state of the earth in the long become the source of energy for the soul of physicality. In a way, when you plug.
That's what I'm thinking about these systems. It sounds like you're going to be getting charged up in a way, both the soul and the soul of physicality, over wearing it for a period of time. I know Dean had a few seconds of it and he experienced something. Mr. Keshe went into some detail. We'll hear that in the next session. And didn't realize Dean had an opportunity to actually put the system on momentarily, as I understand it, or the headphones on, but the base unit was some kilometers away, perhaps. Maybe Dean would like to explain that down the road. But when he says we're bringing in both technologies and comparing it to Edison and Tesla, what is actually meant? The dimension of energy plus the dimension of physicality as they work together? Is this what he's alluding to here? One needs the other, in other words? As he said, we need to take our physicality with us in space because there's a reason for it, even though space is only maybe 5% matter state. There must be a reason, which perhaps will get explained later on to all of us.
Look at your phone when it's flat to the wire system of Tesla. You bring that energy for it to charge up slowly, slowly in 1 or 2 hours. It charges and it becomes full. And then you say the phone is ready to use. The same thing happens to the man, as I said before. Knowing, understanding technology of today, they tell us after we breathe, how many times, 1 million, 2 million, whatever, during the life cycle on average, we die. Which means it takes us 2 million breaths, let's say, to charge up the soul.
So it does sound like that is a possibility. It takes a couple million breaths to charge up the soul for it to have enough energy to want to depart. But maybe with this system in 1 hour, in 2 hours, both of the souls are charged up and ready to transmute, or ready to transmute in the dimension of energy into a different location. Let's see, I see there's some chats in here. Okay. Okay, Randy's went out for a coffee run. That's fine. No, we were not in the same hotel in Manchester, although some moved and changed hotels, but some people had booked, Stephanie, and they had to
Yeah,
stay
I'm here.
where they were.
Not all in the same hotel, you said, and is it near the location or?
Well, Manchester is a city outside of London. The conference he's talking about is a London venue.
Yeah, you mean the last? I mean the last.
The Manchester.
In Manchester, right? There, the question was, were all the same hotels, and was the hotel far away from the location? And in London, I think the location is from the it's the same from the both.
I was wondering about that, whether they were going to have the classes from the 6th of November to the 10th at one location, and then the ambassadors meeting at a separate location, or it would be in the same location. I'm not sure of that at all. He said it wouldn't be released until shortly before. And this is what happened in Manchester, because the location of the conference was not released until time before the conference actually happened. A number of people had already booked hotels, and they had
right
registration they could not cancel without losing their fee. that they
that is what I mean. Yes.
hmm Yeah, I would wait closer to the end before you actually book. I mean, your flight is one thing.
How to? Okay, you came from Canada, or
US.
yeah, US, and okay, from
So the
Germany.
flight, I guess, could be booked, but the reservations, unless you're getting some super deal or something, but then you're still going to have to travel. It makes it much more convenient to be in the same location as the conference is taking place.
Yeah, I think so. And you
Mu-
don't think you can ask Mr. Keshe what he?
Well, you can write to him and
Yeah.
ask him, but yeah, maybe just wait near the end. It'll all work out, I'm sure.
Okay. Have
Yeah.
you already booked the hotel right
Nope,
now?
nope.
Okay, you don't know too.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm not going to book it till I find out more. Even if you have to pay a little bit more for the hotel, the convenience of not having to get in a taxi or not walking the streets at
Right.
night, or you know,
Right.
you can go to another person's room or vice versa, or go to a lounge or sit in the lobby and have conversation without having to think I have to get a taxi back or I have to take a train or a bus to move.
Right.
It
And
does make it much nicer. And many people did move their location to the conference center.
in Manchester, you mean?
Yes. Yep. Once they
Right.
found out where it was.
Yeah. And now you know all, buddy. And did you ask if you all want to get in one hotel? Because now you know each other. And are you discussing about to take the same
No,
hotel?
not that I'm aware of. I think that's a good idea, though.
Yeah, I
That
would
way
too.
nobody travels alone or has to go back.
Right. Can
So,
share a taxi,
yep.
whatever.
Mhm. Yeah, no question. I think there's safety in numbers. And
Mm.
as Mr. Keshe said, it's a little bit more wild, I guess, than Manchester, London. I've never been there.
Violent.
I don't know.
London.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, I don't know for sure, but it is. I
I
know
don't think so.
Manchester had millions of people there. London is probably even larger. I don't know,
Yeah,
but
but it's safe there. I was as a student there.
uh-huh, good.
I have never heard that it's dangerous there. Maybe
Mhm.
in US, Miami or something
Yeah.
special area there, but London, I don't think so.
Okay.
But
I
yeah.
know he had joked about that, and he had said something along the line that everybody's carrying something in London, unless you're in a hospital bed.
Okay.
So yeah, caution. You need to be cautious when you're out there and traveling, pickpockets and the rest of it. But
Yeah,
for the
okay,
most
like
part,
this.
was safe in Manchester.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Even the people asking for money were quite polite when you didn't give them any, and they apologized for even asking.
Oh,
So
that's
it's
nice.
a different temperament. Yeah,
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm interested in because I just want
definitely.
to know if
Yes.
and
Yes.
okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Now we understand why we breathe. We gather the energies and we charge it up. Slowly, step by step, every breath we take, it charges the soul, gives the energy to it to exist and to expand its energy span. And what goes in our body as a gas in lung, as the lower level energies become the energy, the structure of what we call the physicality and the solar physicality of the man. Let me understand.
Well, we do have someone here from England, London, perhaps. Dean, I don't know if you want to make any comments on the ease of movement in London or anything along that line. The safety factor, perhaps not. Perhaps at another point in time he could bring that up. But again, you have to use caution wherever you are, in a way. Anything can happen at any time, and sometimes it's can be in your own neighborhood. on your own street where you don't think things are going to happen, and they do. So we're just aware. And the soul is your best protector, as we know. It's a scout and it sees 360 degrees around you.
Yeah, that's right. But maybe Kapstadt in South Africa,
Mhm.
there it's really dangerous.
Yeah.
Shooting and whatever. But the normal cities, the main cities are the burglars. Say you have to take care of your money.
Okay, well, we have someone from South Africa with us as well, and we know she's still
Keep him out of the hotel in the next hotel.
I'm laughing, I'm just laughing at what you're saying. Yeah, it is a little bit different.
Are you from there or what? You know?
I'm living in a very interesting situation. So I'm the only white person in the rural area where I stay.
Wow.
But yeah, it depends on who you know, like you learn, you have to learn.
And I think you're originally from Canada, yes, Gail?
Yes, I am both Canadian and South African, yes.
And you are living in Kapstadt? Kapstadt?
I'm living in
Cape Town. Sorry, Cape Town. It's calling Cape Town.
No. I'm living in near the Durban, but in a very African rural traditional area, but near Durban. So we're kind of in the middle, you know. Cape Town is on the west coast, and then you have Joburg, and we're kind of in the middle of them in a way. We're on the coast. We have the biggest port. So you come from Cape Town to Durban, and then you go up to Joburg or Pretoria, whichever.
But you have heard that Cape Town is, you know that Cape Town is dangerous, or? I haven't been there, but my ex-husband was there. He's a photographer and makes shooting there. And all his assistants having bad experience with pistols. Here, give my money or I will shoot you. And yeah.
Well, you see, the thing is, if you live here, you kind of understand where not to go and how to act. Because when my sister and her husband visited, I was going crazy because they couldn't understand. No, don't talk, don't do this, don't do that. The poor people, they didn't know what to do. And they were almost accosted when they were taking pictures of the beach. And I looked at the hotel and I was getting ready to beg them to bring their security. And they did. They came immediately and stopped. There was 4 people ready to take everything. It's just, they know that you don't know. They can see how you talk and how you walk and what you do. So you have to learn how to fit in,
you have to be aware of your surroundings, no question.
Yeah.
And
so, well, that's just, yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay, good. Let's go back to this.
Even the food we eat, we continuously create that condition for the physicality as an energy to exist, while we are still boosting into the soul and boosting, creating condition of the fields attraction between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. Then we understand why we breathe. Then we understand why we eat. And then, once we understand certain level energies are needed for the soul to expand, and certain energy levels are needed for the soul of physicality to be able to control the expansion, then we understand the secret of life.
So there
We
it
need
is.
the two.
Perhaps that's what these units, you're boosting the soul, you're boosting the soul of physicality, and when you receive that energy, what did he say? And certain energies for the soul to expand and certain energy levels are needed for the soul of the physicality to be able to control the expansion. Then we understand the secret of life. And perhaps that's what these head units, these communication bundles are doing, but they're going to control everything from a central system. As he said, just don't put it on and wish for something. That's the wrong approach. And he said, you'll understand that later. You have to use them in coordination with what is being set up. And I don't know how much leeway you'll be allowed with these systems. and how to properly use them and handle them. As he said with the headphones, and we'll hear this in the next section about sharing them, do not share them. Maybe with one other person, preferably not, because you're embedding certain energies within that you may not want to be embedded in there. And until they learn more about these systems and be able to wash them in between people sharing them, and that may be a development for the future. Yes.
I asked if it's possible to share with a dog or a cat, but I just asked Mario in the German teaching, and he didn't know. But I asked him if he will ask Mr. Keshe, because I'm curious if it's possible.
And again, these they look so simple, but they are so advanced. We could not reproduce this. Nobody could reproduce this, not even in the universal community. And even though they're using some of this technology, he said now, the new knowledge is the transmutation of the physicality.
Higher order and a lower order, the proton and the electron, to keep life, to keep confirmation of existence. And now we understand, if we can create a condition through these headphones, through this structure, that we can feed the soul of physicality and the soul of the man at the same time, do we need to die? Do we need to kill to eat? And these headphones are set to do that. But we control, you go to shop to buy food, to eat, and the air is free from the creator you breathe. He doesn't charge you for it. Maybe soon some governments even tell you after 1 million breathing you have to pay for it, because now we don't need the resources of the food and water and the rest of it. They'll find a way to tax us. That tax and birth are the only guaranteed things to the man on this planet. But soon it becomes no death, birth with no taxation, because they can't tax you when you're in the space. In so many ways, the London presentation will bring the first step to the understanding of the totality. And then with these systems, as we spread them more and more around the world, we'll come to understand we really become the man of the universe. In a few months' time, in a few years' time, as we expand the technology in conjunction with the Chinese central government, will bring the changes that the nations will not understand what national food security means. Nations will not even consider hunger. Nations will not even consider drought. We plan to show some amazing things that you feel, you taste, and you touch in the London show. In a way, some of you become the ambassador of the knowledge, and then we allow the world to assess where we go next.
So that's what he was saying, that these units are set up to do just that, to energize the soul and the soul of physicality. So that's what these units are, or some of them are aimed to do. As I said, there's units for the doctors, there's units in exchange for the universal body enhancement spaceship unit, and then there's the cosmic bundle units. But it looks like, as we saw the words there,
are the round discs, is it a disc, these are discs like the discs you can you could bought in the shop for the €1,000 discs?
yes, but they're smaller.
Ah.
Notice they were smaller, and again, I don't think yours had any wires on them. These are
no, but
to a wire.
Maybe because I have this 2 discs, and maybe you can put them 4 discs then, if you have the other discs too.
Again, I don't know how to use them. We have to be instructed.
Okay, okay. Okay.
And we'll see the evolution in science and technology on the 11th of November. We bring it out. We show the magraphs. We show the other side of the technology, which brings everything the man needs, not in the dimension of physicality. But interesting enough, magraphs will be there, even though you cannot see them. The knowledge of the star formation will be there, where the man becomes man of space. As I said to the knowledge seekers who were in Manchester, will bring you in it. You'll be part of it. And for the first time, man will understand how we feed him, how we give him the oxygen, how we give him the warmth in the presentation of Saturday night. You become part of the spaceship. You become part of the structure to see how you will live in a space, how freely the materials of the universe are at your command and at your disposal without any taxation. As I said, I wonder how many of you will come in with all sorts of conditions from cancer to the other, and how many of you will walk without it during the session, or will start the process of it. London presentation will be a change in the history of man. And the beauty of it is so simple. The simplicity of it will bring shock to the world of science. But in a way, it's the science of energy, is not science of matter. Man has become good in controlling matter, but man has never understood how simply he can control energy. The beauty of it is, if your body can maintain the most powerful plasma that it becomes a star in the future, how difficult can it be for a man who's a beautiful replicator to do? The beauty of it is, as you've seen, I gave life to Naomi, remote from behind the window, and we see her back with us. I didn't make the system. The Father did. The same shall be with the London show. I don't touch the system. It's done by the knowledge seekers. That it does not become a magic. It becomes a knowledge. It becomes a technology, which means it's transferable not only for a human, but for the whole of the universe, as the knowledge will be transferred. In the coming time, you want to go to China, you go to the headset, you arrange to learn about the world, the emotion, the beauty of the Chinese language and the culture. When you arrive in China, you understand what the joke is, if it's said, and you don't stand outside seeing the Chinese laughing and you're looking at the ceiling. Because the knowledge of the emotion of the language and the language is transferred. In a way, we get the whole encyclopedia of the knowledge of the nation, the culture, the race.
So again, not to be arrogant at all, but this knowledge is being transferred across the universe. So it's a gift in so many ways from the Creator. It's not that you earned it, you read the book 100 times and now you understand it. The knowledge is being gifted, as I see it, in a way. That you understand languages, you understand transmutation and all the rest of it. These systems are just to help us to get it ingrained within us how it's done. And maybe there's more to it with the embedding of technology as well.
Be it on this planet or in the space. These units you see on the table on your screen is the beginning of that change. And I'm sure our Israeli scientists with a Japanese copying machine and with a mass production in China, soon these will be small enough to be implants within our body, where we can expand our souls under our control, where we decide which part of the energy will go to the soul as the lung does, and which part of the energy will go to the physicality and the soul of physicality, as does our stomach and digestive system. There is one point, and this point will be the world leaders. There will be no religion. And we all will believe in the Creator because we connect to it directly ourselves. As I said to American politicians, as they say, the way to the emotion of the man is through his stomach. The way to the Creator is through his soul. And once you have the connection with the Creator, which is you in part, do you need fake intermediaries, as I told others? I've been told a lot of time, why do you do and why do you say these things? The truth is that the teaching of Muhammad, or teaching of Christ, blessed their names, is perfect. Is what is needed to be what life in the dimension of physicality. Those who call themselves the beholder of the faith have used it. And that's where change comes. Now you have access to the source of the energy. Do you need transformers and the intermediaries and ayatollahs and mullahs and priests and rabbis to put in what suits them because they can get their hands on your pockets, your children, and your life? I had a beautiful experience in the past few days, which brought this much closer to me and to my...
Okay, I think he goes into a little bit about some sort of funeral process and how the nuns and so on wanted certain sodas or tuna fish or whatever they wanted there, and the rest of it. And these are all just ritualistic sort of things to help the man get into the afterlife. So they're still doing the same thing. You pay for the repentance, or you go to whatever they do in different religions. I'm sure have different setups, but it's the same. They get to reach their hand in the pocket, cash out the pocket and the soul. So I thought we'd go to another point here where anyone want to add anything, of course? Let's just hear a little bit more about what Mr. Keshe, I think this fellow of Booze Michael, he asked about 4 questions in a row, and it started around 1 hour, 16 minutes or something right along here. And maybe we can hear these questions regarding these fantastic, unbelievable, beyond our dimension of comprehension at this point of what they're able to provide for all of us. But it seems, again, the London show will be the opening of this knowledge for the whole world to see, and especially the ambassadors and the other world leaders who will be there or represented by some of the people on their staff. Any thoughts anyone would like to add here? Again, this is quite a fantastic gift. No one could build these systems, as I think we're very much aware of, even though we think we carry a lot of the knowledge, it's not quite there. It's all been taught, but it's gone under the feet or over the head or around the side. As he said, if we should have been doing the transmutations if we understood the teachings, because it's all been taught. But apparently there are points and there are hidden things within these teachings that we haven't fully grasped. But I think these systems will allow that to consolidate to the point where, as he said, they put energy into the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, and then you'll be ready. You'll be charged up for a transmutation, whether in the dimension of energy or in the full transmutation, which may come later. Again, there's probably a few things that needed to be added yet. Even though he said, I think the last workshop, they're totally ready for it. It's nothing they have to build. But whether it's going to be shown and how much of it's going to be shown, we'll have to see. But apparently we'll all take a ride on a spaceship in a way. And as he said, the spaceship doesn't go anywhere, but you create those dimensions. It allows the conditions for you to create dimensions of where you'd like to be and experience what in the universe. So let's hear a little bit about these questions about sharing the head unit. And as I said, he talks a little bit about the space cities. He talks about, again, the idea of the flying car, which is going to be reintroduced. He talks about the idea of feeding certain times where you'll be able to feed. Also, heating units will be released in the coming period of time. Small units, he said, that can be put in the house. And then, of course, eradicating the greed and the jealousy out of the man. So there's a lot of things moving in the background, not only what we're seeing here. And as he's often said, what we show in the public is the dinosaur side of the technology. It's just advancing so quickly. Even the team can't possibly keep up with it. Any thoughts anyone would like to bring?
Mark, hi, it's Dean here. Can I?
There you go. I was just, well, I don't want to say that. Go right ahead.
Yes, good evening, Mark. Good evening to everybody. Or morning, afternoon, wherever it is for you guys.
Do we need to bring our own security services with us to London, Dean?
No. London's like any other city. In the inner city bits, yeah, like any city, there would be certain parts that you wouldn't want to go into, I presume. But no, it's mostly safe. It's fine. It's like any city. It's they're well protected by the police and everything's fine. If you go into certain districts, like you do in many cities, yes, then you might find it slightly more something different, but it's no more threatening than it is anywhere else. It's pretty much the same everywhere these days. Yeah, so I don't think that'd be a problem. The situation that I was in was being present with that unit was that I experienced it for a very short period of time. I think it was 10 minutes or so. And I spoke about this in One Planet, One Nation, One Race, where I actually tried out the unit. I actually put the headphones on, and the two black discs were, as I was instructed, could go wherever you felt that you needed to clear. So whether that was something in your physical body or I didn't put it anywhere near my head, or whether it be an emotion or not, I don't know. I suppose the headphones would do that. So you place the discs either side of wherever the you have an issue or a problem, or would like to balance. And when I was there, I was present. The headphones fit very, very snugly against your head, and they tend to block out most of the sounds you hear. So I did hear some sounds of other people speaking because there was quite a lot of people around at the time. And but that sort of like, as you sort of go into yourself, the sounds tend to disappear as you focus into yourself more. And then for myself, I went through a phase where it was just like very, very still and quiet, and I was in various different places in my thoughts and intentions on my, I suppose, my physical body. And then the thoughts and intentions, I just stopped them all. I didn't put any wishes forward and put any thoughts forward. I just went just quiet as I could be. And then I started to see a spectrum of colors of blues and purples and things gradually sort of coming across into the aspect of my, whatever you want to call it, soul, third eye, however you'd like to describe it. And that was what I experienced. But I felt like And I was also instructed that you, as Mr. Keshe said in the past, that you will receive this energy flow very, very quickly. So the energy transfer will be like in
I was going
milliseconds.
to ask you, did you feel like, even though you only had a 10-minute or so experience there, did you feel like you were charging up at all?
Yeah, from what I come to know, possibly. I think you'd need to wear it for longer, Mark. From what I've got come to know, I think you'd need to wear it for maybe 2 or 3 weeks and do this twice a day, and then you would get to a point. I was informed that you would then start to receive where your cells in your body will be back to 100%, which is like being in the mother's womb. That's quite something to have 100% in your cells in your body. That's a big change of condition in the physicality. So, and then that would enable the balance, the solar physicality, for then the solar man to be present, I would imagine, even more.
So can you quantify, I mean, what you think the advancement for humanity is, or is this sort of incalculable at this point in time, the advancement that's sitting right in front of us?
Yeah, well, we know that once we touch this, once we connect to it really, and we go into ourselves, we know we can be at any point in time and space and position that we choose when we focus. So then we're going to start to get to learn and experience, as you said through some of the words that Mr. Keshe spoken earlier, that we're going to learn to be in a different position, China or wherever you decide, wherever it is you need to go, you need to be present. You're going to get the emotion, the language, everything else. Wow. So you're basically going to be that, you're going to act and, like a national, you're going to be the same wherever you're present. And then that's planet Earth. And then obviously if it's a tiny aspect of it, and then you open that up to the universe, and it'll be the same, whether you are in a physical form, an energy form, and whichever dimension and position that you decide to go or be part of. You're the captain of your ship, as we've been told. So we're going to experience many things.
Made me think in Manchester, Dean, I said wow a number of times, and Mr. Keshe stopped me one time. He says, why do you continue to say wow? He says, it's just a natural process. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Dean.
Hello. Hi.
This is like.
Hi.
Hi. So do you manifest with that? Do you manifest physicality, or are you still gonna go to those places in form of energy?
That's entirely up to you. I think when it depends on your intention, doesn't it? If you still feel that you need a physical form, I think you're going to feel safe to begin with within the planetary structure of Earth, and that's what we've come to know. But once you start dealing with the soul dimension, everything else opens up, because the soul is unlimited and knows everything anyway. So once you touch that side of physicality, the non-physicality, then you're going back into your true essence. And then it's the soul that decides what, where it places itself. And if you trust your soul, it will always look after you and put you in the right position. It's how far do you go? Do you want to control it with a physical thought of the brain, or do you want to let the elevation of the soul and be present wherever it needs to be in that moment? How do you feel about that?
So, well, I'm still on the planet Earth. So if I decide to come to London, or I have that here in LA, I want to be in London, that would be in form of my energy. It's like a stimulation. I put it on, then I'll feel like I'm in there in London. But would I manifest myself where in London, or would I still feel like I'm in London in a dream state in the energy form, operate in energy form, but still present where I put it on in LA?
Yeah, I think you're right there. I feel that you obviously you're going to be present where you put it on in your physical body. However, if you receive the energies and the knowledge of another location, so that the emotion of that location feels correct for you, then you can then trust in yourself to be part of that new location. and you can step into it at will, because it's very familiar, and you have all the knowledge, technology, language, emotions, cultural references, everything you need to function in that place, wherever it is.
Right,
So
right.
it's receiving the knowledge, it's receiving the emotion of the location, and then you'll feel safe. And as I said earlier, once you're the soul, once you touch the soul aspect, that won't even be relevant, because the soul, as we know, it guides us, and places us in each and every moment. So,
And then he's talking about, do we have to die? Do we have to kill to eat? At one point in time, he said you can get lost in the rings of Saturn for 1,000,000 years on your way back to the creator. So by putting these headphones on, perhaps you could explore the rings of Saturn for 1,000,000 years in the dimension of energy.
Yeah, what's 1,000,000 years when there's no time?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's when you come back into the thought process of the brain, and that those years become a number. However, when you're on a soul aspect, there is no numbers. There's nothing like this. So it depends from the viewpoint of a human being, and a physical form of any physical form, and any being, any creature created in the universe.
Exactly. You're right. Exactly. From the viewpoint of the creation, whoever is doing it, from the viewpoint, that's exactly the answer right there.
Thank you. I think I feel that's all possible. We're all coming into this understanding. We know that we know Mr. Keshe is the only person possible, around here at the moment that could actually bring this technology forward like this. And the systems, we know, once you start touching the soul aspect of things, then we are going to be multidimensional beings, souls that are present at any point that we focus on and choose to be. Because we all have different reference points. What is it when you think about it with your brain? We all have different emotions and things that we've experienced that take us to a certain position. However, as Mark said, that road back to the creator, it's all the same journey. It's just, do you want to stop off and have some fun, in some energy form somewhere else for a few billion years or trillion years? It's up to you, which is in existence, nothing. It's all the same. It's in this moment right now, present.
Right. And it seems like that experience in the energy level, even if you were there for a day, only seems like a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Not even.
Yeah, I think that may be very, very correct there, Mark. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's what we saw in the universal unit, where the fella's physicality was trying to pick up the rocks, even though he was on the moon in the dimension transmuted on the moon in the dimension of energy. But his physicality was mimicking his operation in the dimension of energy, where he was trying to pick up the rocks from the moon. But he wasn't.
Yeah, I can imagine that would be exactly the way it is, Mark. That your physical body would do these things, but the reality is, on the soul aspect, you can be at any point in time, anywhere that you need to be. It's just your the focus at the moment.
I had to laugh. One time I saw the dog. This was, I don't know if it was someone else's dog or my dog. I only had one years and years ago. But it went into a dream state, and you could see the legs moving as if it was running in its dream. And I asked Mr. Keshe about it, and he said, of course, he's probably dreaming about the mother or another relative in a way, and you see the movement in the physicality, but the dog was transmuted in the dimension of energy, but the physicality was responding in kind.
I've seen this many times, Mark, with animals and human beings. We all do this. Because the reality is that you are the soul is, as Mr. Keshe would say, is having a party or doing something else somewhere else, and then the physical body is moving. But the two aspects of the soul and physicality are completely enjoying different dimensions. But sometimes they cross over into, if you're in that that awake state of dreaming, then you're obviously connecting to the soul aspect of that dimension in that moment.
Very good. Anyone else want to add anything? Thank you, Dean. If you'd like to.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark.
Please feel free. Okay, let's continue on here about these head units, and then a little bit about the space cities, which he had talked about developing. I think one is in Latans, which is in Iran, but there may be some other ones in China that are currently under development, where people won't be hungry, they won't be committing crimes, there'll be no prisons, the judge won't have anybody to sentence, and the doctors won't have many to treat, if any.
And it starts out, he says, good morning. There are rumors going around that the new head unit is no longer tied to people and can be used by the whole family. How big can the family be? 4, 7, 12, a village, or even a city? Can you please tell us something about this?
There are different versions of the unit. And even we are discussing it in Keshe Foundation about allocations of it and how we allow separate systems in operation. We have shown in Manchester that we could share, and we have confirmation of it, the headphones amongst people from different parts of the world. We had people from Australia, we had people from Germany, we had people from the United States. And we shared this headphone amongst them because we had only 6, and as you know, we had more than 6 people in the meeting. And the technology has reached a point it can be used. And how extensive we'll go next step with it, it's something we were discussing, how there's one central unit. In a way, we have created a system, we call it the central server. How much can we accommodate is something we'll learn in the coming time. When I designed this system, I looked at it as the soul of the whole creation, the creator of that soul condition. It has the capability of not only the man, but the universe to hold within it. It's very interactive, and we can control all aspects of it. We can cut off lines, we can connect lines. And these things, in the coming time, will become, what do you call it, more apparent. There is no limitation in the use, and there's no limitation in how many people can use it. But the limitation comes that we control the feedback and what it is. You've seen it how with the headphones we disconnect in sessions, your microphones. We have the same capability with the systems. So anybody tries even to make a copy will not link into, because there is a way we have linked these units to our central service center, what we call station. The problem will come as these units at a point you have is connected to how to you. With the what we call the wellness side, we have a way, without actually our people knowing, I built up a way into it that we do not transfer anything one to other, but we break it up at our center system. You don't have that facility on these headsets. So My way of thinking and what I understand from technology, keep it to 1 or 2 people. Don't forget you're ingraining other things into it. It has to become very much like a mobile phone. You don't share your mobile phone with other people. This mobile headset works in a deeper way. And I still recommend, unless we control it from our end, we know what's happening from our end, do not share the headphones. At least so we know more how to expand it and bring control in it. In the Manchester event, I said the things deliberately that even your system washes out in a way that's clean when the next one touches, next one comes in. But with your unit, try to keep it to one person. You can share it in the family, you can share it, but we have to have the security of the knowledge and not to create a fear or what I call rampaging. The system has, the way it's built, especially the new headset and the stand unit, carries a diversity of effect. And I suggest for the time being, at least next year, 2 years, stick to one headset, to one person, or maybe husband and wife, but don't go beyond that. Or if you have 2 units at home, try, because some people bought 1 unit with 2 headsets. Yes, you can do that. But if you have 2 individual sets, especially if you're husband and wife, try to see how you can communicate with each other. For one of us to become the electron and the other one the proton to feed, and see how you can reach new levels. And the test we done, especially last Monday, we had couples. We had 2 or 3 couples with us, and they came one after another. And from the printouts, we could see how 2 couples are opposite to each other, and from the outcome, we could see why a couple have come together. The souls are so similar, and one fits and the other one. And so if this is the way we can do it, I advise you not to share. We gather all the beauties and we gather no faults, but it has to be understood. We have to become more knowledgeable. And the knowledge has.
So as you can see, they're still learning about this. Some of the systems, the medical systems, are wiped in between use apparently, and that may come in a development in the future. But right now he's saying, I'd advise you not to share because you're embedding other things within, other energies within that system. And they're not going to be aware that you shared it. So originally, he said you needed 1 base unit and you could have multiple headphones connected to it. Now it seems a little bit different until they learn more, until they restructure it or take out something or put something in. I think this is the protocol at this point.
To come to our team to understand more how to do it and bring a perfection to it. But essentially, when we built the system, what we call the master, the central system, I built it with a view of creating one unit for the whole of humanity. And that unit has already taken shape. It'll be changed, we'll change pieces in it, but the confinement of the fields will stay the same. It's like, you change, just because you change your kidney, it doesn't change you. We can change part of this, we can take a leg out and put artificial leg in or whatever, it still functions. This system and this structure in the future will become the central operation of the whole humanity, or life on this planet, dogs, cats, and the rest. But essentially, at this moment of time, we do not have the support to come to put it into right across. In 6-12 months' time, in the space systems we are getting involved in to build, we go for what we call satellite system, which is outgoing and not incoming. And then another satellite to take the incoming, not the outgoing. Which means is very much like antennas of today, but separated on the field of strength. You send in one satellite, you receive another, or you build a combination in satellite two together. There are a lot of factors needs to be done. And so for the time being, even though we have started using the doctor's unit is separate unit, because it goes through a different system to come to the central system. That's why we can specifically for the wellness target certain positions and things. And even that our doctors and scientists are learning and have to learn. And going to that point, our team of doctors start increasing from this week, next week, to more and more who work with the central position. And then what we call the service has to be spread around the world that everybody can use it and all be connected to one master system, which is already in operation. So my advice to you is use one system per person. And if you have two systems at home, try to see how with the system, without the system, you start interconnecting to each other, feed each other, know what you want and what you do. And don't put it to chance. You decide to make a bacon egg at 12 o'clock at night, you see your partner next to you, I'll come to the kitchen to make the same. Then you get your confidence. Then you understand, you start, you don't need to talk. I have that now beautifully set up. And don't need to talk. Not much. And it's a beautiful position to be in. And don't say, oh, I just thought about it. I just tell to myself, there we go. The souls understand each other. Because you get fed up saying, oh, I just think, oh, I just did. I was thinking about the same. No more. It's just now is another way of life. And the new structure allows it to happen. Because we don't need the headphones anymore. We're past that point. When you establish links with even with a few knowledge seekers around the world, I have that situation. This emotion you feel through the soul, you build that link. And it's, what do you call it? For the time being, we advise you not to. Till we have the whole package, we understand the whole package, our team can set up the whole package. We've got to understand technology is moving rapidly. Very, very rapidly. and what will be the next step and how we expand it. It's how much we get feedback, how much we get back from the knowledge from you lot. I don't need to speak to my partner anymore. As I said, if you feel truly in love, you don't need to make love. You're always in a position of being loved that you don't need to make it. In this, we want to see when it comes across the couples who have units in what they report back to us. And these numbers are increasing. We start producing. Those of you who bought the visas, now you're receiving your units. Then you tell us with your, as what do we call it, the service centers, how feedback you get from your people. And we'll see how we go to next. A list of people who become what we call the licensed service points will be released in the coming time with the permission of themselves, that you can go through them to get what we call the services of the wellness side of the Keshe Foundation. Do not use or think I can use these head units for what I want. We specifically ask you not to do it, because you'll understand very soon why. These are bought for or set up for individual use. And keep it that way. Don't even let, for the time being, your partner to use it, until we understand more about you and yourself and how you understand to use the systems, and would it bring some of the partners things to you. That's the whole thing when you share it. With the health side, we have a full control, because we use a what I call integrated system with it. With the head units you bought, which start coming out, is set up for individual cases. Any other question?
Let's take one or two more of these.
Okay, Michael has a second question. Where is the best place to place the compact unit and why?
Best place, try to use a wooden or a natural material. Don't use it or don't place it where there's metals because they interact with the fields. The problem with the metals is it interacts with one part of the bandwidth of the magnetic field strength and not the other. So it changes the balance. With a natural material like wood, it still has a soul. If you understand, it's a GANS structure. Metal is like a filtering at certain bandwidths of the field strength. So, and try to use it in the normal places. Keep it away from rooms where you have your magras, your stereo system, your GANSes, and that kind of thing. As I said to you, this week, when we're running the test, the guy says, this guy is carrying something, we see it. Something is not right compared to the other ones we always have. So I had to stop the session, go to him and says, what are you doing? What do you have with you? Nothing. What are you holding in your hand? Oh, a glass of GANS water. We even picked that up. And then when it was the time for his wife, I could see the problem. And being typical man, he puts a headset on himself and gives the phone to his wife to hold with the head number. There's no connection to the wife because the session for him was finished. He wanted to see what the wife does. we could see that. So try to create a natural environment, because the universe is natural, everything else is a filter, and work with it. Many of you will change in the first few days. At the moment we start sending out the units for our license agreements, and as we come, we start delivering, changing the units only for individuals. Do not pass it on. Try to keep 1 unit per person, and then we have no complications. And we set the units to one use structure, and we'll see where we go. Any other question?
So a third question would be, are the new head and compact units constantly in operation and usable, or are there certain times when they can only be used?
We will allocate time. We will allocate time. We will allocate time per person per use. There will be a time allocation. Because when you come into the service center, we have then the same problem as all of you have with your home units. We already started doing this on the wellness side. We give certain time access to people to come in certain time, and they come and go. They don't need our doctors in the background. This is something we tried very recently, and it works. So you'll be given a time, this time to fit you, this time to this time is, you can in the future come back and say, I would like to eat between this time and this time, and we'll try to adjust. And we provide a section for the energy facilities to be a feeding time. You could be in the desert, you still get fed. You could be under the sea, you still get fed. We will allocate time. When we start sending the individual units out, we give you allocation of time, and you have to be in that time zone frame.
Okay, we have a fourth question from Michael. He says they said that the old units would provide a 30% electricity saving. Have the new units become even more effective in terms of electricity savings?
These are not electric units. These are communication bundles. If you've seen, there is no wires going in and no wires coming out. They become totally to do with, probably interesting for us. We come into winter time. We want to know, those of you who get these bundles, if you report any cold, how you feel. Do you feel warm all the time? In a way, we deliver the energy to you. And in the future, we deliver certain systems, miniature systems, a very minute system, which you can put around you in the house that creates the warmth for the condition to be warm. It's no use you being warm by the water, ice is up in the room. This is all coming in the next few months. The communication bundles is communication bundle. The energy communication bundles are already obsolete. We don't put it in, we separated it. But in a way, it can be done very soon as one bundle. The technology development is so rapid. It's so rapid. that I think even the things we put out now will be more or less the grandfather to what will be here next year, 2 years. And once we go after 11th of November, we show this technology, I think we'll see a huge jump in worldwide development. I can see at the moment you like have masks that it covers. These masks cover the cities with the communication lines, with telephones. It's not far in next maybe 2 years, 4 years, we'll have the operation in a different way, but you feed the whole city. I was talking to one of our beautiful knowledge seekers before the teaching starts, and said that the guy is such a medicine man, and if he uses this bundle, he can lose all his customers. The fact is, once we start mass releasing these systems, a lot of businesses, a lot of technologies can't exist. We have many doctors without a job. We have many supermarkets without customers. And it needs a lot of adjusting for our governments. This is a revolution in science, and how we're going to handle it, how the governments are going to handle it, it'll be very interesting. Prisons empty. Judges who have no one to convict or to sentence, as nobody does a crime when you cover a city. These two first cities are like this, already on the plan, and soon will be constructed in the beautiful country of China. Next 2 to 5 years, we'll see cities with no hospitals, we see cities with no jails, no judges, no supermarkets. And Keshe Foundation is behind the construction, development.
Okay, I think that's it for now, but you can see that there's a lot coming in the next 2 to 5 years. But starting with the London conference, this is a part of the opening up of this technology. So again, everyone's invited. There's actually a discount being offered at this point in time. So if you had plans, if you're a little short, I think that could fill the gap, and you can be there and say you were one of the ones there. The future passengers in space and the rest of it. Okay, let's go to our World Peace Treaty, which again, this is, our creating of the Peace Dome, which is again part of the World Peace Treaty. This is something for the physicality to do. I know there is at Sunday at 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. CET, this is from the Brazilian team. Call to all knowledge seekers, let's create the Peace Dome all over the planet. Use the plasma water from your cups of life 1 and 2 to make the plasmatic spraying. You can create videos, we can watch that. Actually, this came from in the 467th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, Mr. Keshe said, for years now, every Sunday and other days as well, you have been spraying GANs around your cities and putting them in the rivers and wherever. By doing this, you've been adding to the energy of the planet. GANs are literally like a sun. So you're bringing balance to what this planet has been short of in the field strength of its creation. The lack of energy from the planet has meant that man has had to get the missing 20% of energy he needs by consuming packages of energy from plants and other animals, quote unquote. Knowledge seekers from all over the world are called to spread the plasma waters every Sunday at the same time. So let's hear a little bit more about that from Stefania, which is the first step. And of course, he said these would connect wellness centers together as well, something for our physicality to do. And of course, the GANs knows where to go and what to do to bring balance to an innumerable multiple number of situations that we face.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, now we'll go to the second step and Shweta will deliver this. Thank you, Shweta. Thank you, Stefania, as well.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
Thank you very much, Shweta. One of the other things we can do is to join with the Universal Council at 9 p.m. on a daily basis, or you can join with the Brazilians group as well, which they do daily intentions every day. They've been continuing this process, and then on Wednesday, I think at 6 p.m., they do the unification of the souls. But the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level. Remember what was just said. This is the greatest movement of the soul of the man. Whether you're spraying the Gans waters or you're giving from your soul, this is a great movement of souls. In unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET or CEST for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So feel free as an open invitation. Again, there's not a meeting room, there's not a Zoom room or a Telegram, but there is the just meeting in the dimension of energy. So let's see if we can just back this up a little bit here. And let's take 5 minutes of silence where we come together peacefully, calmly. We've signed the World Peace Treaty. Now, this is just an extension of that in a way, that we use the fields of our own souls to then bring about the change, and we see it manifest in the matter state. And again, it's not snapping of the fingers that it always happens. It's been going on in China for years and years. If that was the case, Mr. Keshe wouldn't have spent thousands of years on this planet. He would have just snapped his fingers. But again, as he said, he's not from here. It takes us to do it. But even in that case, it still takes, it's not a day job, let's say. So we continue this process. So let's just take 5 minutes of silence and use your soul to give, to bring that change through your unique fields that no one else carries. We'll start now. And thank you all for your continued participation. And this is the way Mr. Keshe works 90% of the time is on the soul level. So we're learning to work this way, even though we're so physical. We think we have to physically do things to make change happen. We're finding out that these energies in motion. So join with the Universal Council on a daily basis, 7 days a week at 9 p.m. Just ask your soul, even if it's just to make that one small wish for world peace. You have unique fields, and each and every one provides a beautiful bouquet for this peace process to continue to take shape. So thank you all, and now help me to welcome in Alex, who will be doing the teaching today, and we thank him for being here. I think I'll play the disclaimer as we normally do, and that will set things on the correct path.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Again, without further delay, we're glad to have you here, Alex, week in and week out, to deliver a different aspect, in a way, of the same material, but seen through your understanding. And again, we're all trying to gain knowledge. Mr. Keshe has infected us with this knowledge-seeking virus, and I think we all have an aspect of it within us, and we're constantly looking for new knowledge and new understanding. So we thank you for your generous sharing week in and week out, Alex. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, and also your fine work in leading the North American team. And as such, I want to welcome all the participants on the panel today who have been supporting this team and augmenting the efforts that I'm trying to do with respect to putting forward, in more layman's terms, if you will, the knowledge of the plasma sciences directed by Aaron Keshe. And I want to thank all the other participants from around the world. That's what makes this meeting so very powerful, because this is a worldwide effort. And so this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. And we are at the intermediate insight review stage. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is September the 17th, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. And so as we move along, we find that, if we lead, how do the followers follow? And sometimes they're a little bit too slow, or sometimes we have to drag them. But it's a very, very difficult thing in Canada, because we have this attitude, and it's kind of reflected in the gentleman I once spoke with, and he showed me his 6-car stable. And these were all high-priced vehicles, passenger vehicles, estimated values about 600,000, which would be equivalent to about 20 cars is something I could buy. But forget the cost of repairs and the internal combustion fuels that you need. The fact of the matter is that all of these vehicles were purchased with money, and so that is a defining characteristic. And of course, he was asking me indirectly if I was impressed. I wasn't really that impressed because, as I say, they were all purchased with money. And I think what's impressive is the plasma science put forward by Keshe, as described in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters. And that is really what matters. And of course, book number 2 was talking about the structure of the light. And we really have a lot of problems understanding that. A lot has to do with whether it's a reflection or whether it's an emission. And then book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. This is really confusing because if the creation of matter were to be the origin of the universe, then the origin of the universe would have to be created from the creation of matter, wouldn't it? And it's very confusing. We live in a very confusing life. And, we've come to the point where we're trying to navigate down this plasma highway, and we're trying to pick the vehicles that we need to go with, because we're searching for outer space, and we've come to the realization that it's our embodiment of our little piece of pie in the sky. And so when we say sky, we need to have a reference. And when we say our piece of pie, we need to have a reference, because it doesn't say where, it doesn't say how big, it really doesn't say very much at all, except it's a kind of nebulous reference to something that we all have a nebulous reference to, but we have a very specific reference to the field of our soul. And so this month of September, we are going through the engagement with our soul and its relationship with our physicality. And these are private sessions that have evolved from the group sessions that we've had since December the 16th. And we are carrying on with those group sessions and in the month of September, and we have this interactive soul sessions. And all this has to do with perfecting the systems that are actually coming down to our wellness systems. But, each of us have created our own wellness system, our own personal wellness system, which we call cups of light. And they represented the inner space, emotional strength that we have that comes from our core. And we don't really acknowledge where this core point is because it's some nebulous point. And as we learn more and more, we can pinpoint this point. And then many things happen. So we've taken an opportunity to do a review because we've been pursuing this teaching for 4 years. And it's very significant because in that point, there were a lot of earth problems that we had. And this particular session, the intermediate insight, is an extension of the intermediate teaching, intermediate understanding, and intermediate knowing. So we're doing the intermediate insight, and it covers a very important period in Canada. It covers the March 24th, which of course is the most important day in Canada because there's 24 bottles of beer in a case of beer. And so we want to further understand our default position, the rate of change, shareholders, moonshine, sunshine, and of course how to harvest. And so these are all the subjects we'd like to review very quickly today. because we're already trying to amalgamate the thousands of hours in teaching into short classes, which weren't all that short. And now we're reviewing these classes in groups to even shorten it further. Because as we're traveling through uncharted skies, we as the leaders, we are gathering more and more followers. And the problem is, of course, is they're a lot farther behind than they were 4 years ago. And the thing is that we have to identify the leader. And so these leaders are teachers, and they come from the student body. And within the student body, you know, we have to ask if you can hear me, or if seeing is believing. But the thing is, we have to make our position. We have a choice. And we're at the point now where if we follow the leader, that leader has to be a moral leader, because that affects our position. And that position is our default position. And so can we sort this out? And can we get elevated? And we'll see that it's a very rough road ahead. And we've talked about this many times, because we have to tune in, turn on, and drop out. But in reference to what? And, you know, how do we fit in this picture? And how is the connection between us and, let's say, the spaceships and our point of view? And of course, that beautiful sun that comes up every day and emits sunshine, which we're going to talk about. But you see, our understanding has limitations, and it places these limitations on our soul, because we're still trying to figure out the soul of man and the reference with the soul of the body. And so this is quite a revelation, because we're talking about two souls. And then there's this emotion of presence, and this emotion of presence is a reflection of our independent variation. And how can we all be part of the same thing and still be independent? And how can we be unique? And how can we go through this transformation all equally, where we go through a transformation through the emotion and through the body and the physicality. And then we realize that when we're trying to understand these things, we are anchored. And we need to be anchored, because the earth is our anchorage point. But, you know, the earth is very different from the sun. And when we look at the reference between the feeding of the sun and the feedback of the earth, try and understand the emotional presence of that relationship. And so we see that there's a lot of trust that builds up. And so when we look at our position, we're not on the sun. We are on the earth, but somewhere. And all of us are somewhere. And none of us are in the same place. So that somewhere is somewhere else. And we trust his position. And that we trust and transmit that trust into inertia, because our position isn't one spot. It is on the spot of the earth. So how does this work? And how do we move through this? So we find that we can be independent, but we're obviously interdependent on something else. And so that reflects the soul limitations that we have. And by not having the depth of understanding, we operate in a strange way on this planet. we employ deception. And we find that we can gain something. But the problem with that gaining, which is kind of important, we always need to gain something. And the primary thing that we gain, of course, is energy. And this fulfills a self-serving need. But when we double cross people, we're basically taking that energy at the expense of others. And inherently that weakens us. Because if we're an independent variable and we are interdependent, then that which we are interdependent from becomes weaker. And that's not an advantage. But that's how we view things. But that's not how the soul views things. So therefore, what we have pinpointed is this point of disconnection. Somehow, the soul vision, through its transformation into the physicality, has lost its connection point. And so we transport ourselves after the fact of the disconnect, where we understand that we were born prior to the disconnect. We weren't born to be disconnected. We were born because we were connected. And this becomes a real problem when we get into extremes, because the soul will not kill. But when the physical body of man decides to kill, as in the legalized killing of war situations, as exercised by the military, we find that the basis within the soldiers sometimes comes to the realization that they have violated their soul, and we call that post-traumatic stress disorder. And this is an emotional disorder. It affects this plasmagen interaction between physicality and the soul. And so we have introduced a vision enhancement unit. And the question is that a soul enhancement, or is it a spirit enhancement? Or does it just soothe the pain of the witness? Well, in fact, it's the default pathway to the pathway of manifestation, the original manifestation of the soul. And that pathway, of course, was the disconnect of the vision. So can we reconnect this? And the answer is yes, through the vision enhancement unit. Because the vision enhancement unit represents the vision of the soul. But we look at our physicality and we disconnect, but also we run into other problems where we may have a genetic mutilation. And so that not only can affect us mentally, but it affects us physically. And, you know, it can operate, but it's incomplete. It's kind of like having a car with 3 wheels. And it's still a car, but it would really be difficult to navigate. And so when we do this with our body, we have to understand that our body, mind, and soul all work together. So when we talk about the soul meditation, we have to open up to the energy that feeds the soul and allow that to come in and not resist it, but yield, because when you yield that, you receive. So we have to provide a pattern, though, so that we can get the energy. So part of the soul meditation really is just to provide the pattern. You automatically get the energy, because that conduct is universal, because that keeps the energy flowing. And it has to flow to you because that's a self-serving requirement. And simultaneously, it enhances others. And so when you enhance others, you actually enhance the community, and you're part of the community, so that enhances you again further. So the self-serving keeps the energy flowing. And so this is the basis of the plasma science, is to understand energy in motion. And we define it as negative or positive, but energy is always positive. So when we talk about the motion, we talk about the charge. And so the negative charge gives and the positive charge takes. And we see that there's a duality here where the energy can be flowing or can be binding. Well, the key point is this principal interaction, where when you have this self-serving need, you have to bind that energy so that that energy can be flowing through you from there. And each of us have this binding energy, but we can share this energy amongst us. And that way the energy is flowing. And so this is not something that we have to do consciously. This is automatic. This is part of life. Life is energy in motion. And we have to understand it's a two-way street. So all we're kind of concerned about is our point of existence. That point of existence in physicality is the transmutation. And so the result of that transmutation is the interaction between the verification point and validation point, which we refer to as the transmission and transition crossover point. But when it's in balance, it's not visible. And when it's in balance, we call that a maggrav. The maggrav is invisible. So when does it become visible? It's when this transmutation point finishes crossing over this vanishing point. And so when we're trying to find this confirmation point, we can't find it. This is where our soul limitation comes in, because that confirmation point is a point between the plasmatic reality and the physical reality. As if we don't recognize the plasmatic reality, then we're only seeing half the picture. And when we look at half the picture, then, I'd say we're missing a lot. And so when we look at light, and we can look at light in the light, and we see that it has a wavelength and it has a frequency. And when we see a rainbow after a rainstorm, then we can see these different colors. And the reason we see these colors is because of the curvature of the earth. And then we find that these lights all have different frequencies. And we find that the highest frequency is on the inside and the lowest frequency is on the outside. And there is a gradient, and all the other light colors are in between. And if we go from the outside to the inside, we find that the frequency is increasing. So the higher strength is gravitational, and the lower strength is magnetic. But clearly, we can see both sides. So, when we look at a double rainbow, the funny thing happens is that the red is on the inside and the ultraviolet is on the outside. So it's a reflection, but it's not really a reflection, because it follows the same curvature. So it's kind of funny. And so when we look at the matter plasma from the Earth's point of view, clearly we can see the light between the Earth and the first rainbow. And clearly we can see the light beyond the second rainbow. But there's something kind of dark in between the two rainbows. And so if we try and identify, as we see in book number 1, the difference between dark matter and antimatter and matter, so then we can clearly say in the light that the matter is actually light matter. And there's a dark matter and there's an antimatter. But we have that inside the first rainbow. We also have that outside the second rainbow. And so the light that matters to us is inside the first rainbow, because that's where we are. We're between the first rainbow and the ground. So that's our light matter. And the antimatter, well, that's way, way out there, right? Because after you go there, then you go into this space between the Earth and the moon, and between the Earth and the sun, and between the Earth and everything else. And then there's this funny area that's in between the two rainbows, which is kind of dark, and it is a very strange place. And it doesn't have any color at all. But that's the Earth's point of view. So fundamentally, if we were to say from the Earth's point of view, and we're looking at the rainbow, so the blue is on the inside and the red is on the outside. And then it goes into the invisible range, which we call the infrared and the ultraviolet. Except that the infrared is between the two rainbows, because the infrared picks up from the first rainbow and ends up at the second rainbow. Beyond the second rainbow, we get the ultraviolet again. So this is very strange. So if the outside of the second rainbow would then also be light matter, because inside of the first rainbow is the light matter, and between the two rainbows is the dark matter, and where's the antimatter? And so it must be somewhere in the dark, because it's certainly not visible. But it is of a higher strength. So we could clearly see that the field in between the two rainbows is the feeding field. And what we see from the Earth's point of view is obviously the feedback. Well, if the feedback comes from the Earth point of view to the first rainbow, and the second rainbow is kind of a reflection of the first rainbow, then the feedback is also on the far side of the rainbow. Well, if this feedback keeps on going into that space between the Earth and the moon, and the space between the Earth and the sun, and the space between everywhere else, then that too is the feedback. But in that space is the sun, which is feeding us. So this is really strange. We have something feeding us in the feedback range. And so we see that the Earth has this duality, right? Because it's doing a feeding conversion. And that feeding conversion comes from taking the energy from the sun and more energy from the sun and absorbing it through the attraction, which we call a gravitational field force. But the Earth is also emitting energy out and more energy out through repulsion, which we call the magnetical field force. And so this range is between the core of the Earth and the magnetosphere. And we are somewhere around the Earth. So there's something going on in the Earth plasmatically, and we have this manifestation, physical manifestation on the surface of the Earth, and we're all independent. And wherever we are is wherever you are. And it's not where someone else is. So wherever you are is your susceptibility, and wherever I am is my susceptibility. And we've all participated in this magrat feeding convergence. So that's what this is all about. So our point of view is our point of view, not the Earth's point of view. We have discussed the Earth's point of view, but the default position is our point of view. And our point of view comes from the soul. And so that is the gravitational point. So really, that dilution of energy as it crosses the vanishing point manifests itself into the physicality in the environment of the Earth. And so our point of view is interacting with the Earth point of view. And so that becomes our existence. And that becomes the default position of one's normal. So the majority is what you consider as normal. And so the majority seek freedom and emancipation because the universe is normal. And the Earth is part of the universe. The Earth was here before we were. So the Earth seeks freedom and emancipation as well. So that becomes the default position. And we talked about these special events. One of the benefits of going through a review is to see the highly emotionally charged times that we went through extreme crisis on this planet. And we were very proud of the freedom convoys, the truckers, and that's exactly what they were looking for. Isn't this amazing? You'd think they were rocket scientists. They were seeking freedom, peace, love. And this was all part of the feeding system. This is all part of the feeding system dividend. And we started to realize that we were part of a conditional feedback. We called it constitutional rights. But that was different from the unconditional feedback, which is an unconditional feeding in the Bill of Rights. And a huge difference it was. And a lot of Canadians woke up to that reality. This reality applies to actually every country around the world. And so that was a very proud moment for Canadians to come to that revelation. And it took a major crisis to affect the rate of change. And so how does this rate of change work? Well, it changes the direction and strength of the flow. And this is affected because it's the charge gradient that is versus the gradient charge. And that's not double talk because the flow goes both ways, and that's dependent on the synergy and the susceptibility. In other words, relationship reference. But then the gradient charge depends on something else. So let's see if we can have a correlation here. So we introduced the word isobars, and isobars in meteorology is a line on a map connecting points having the same atmospheric pressure at a given time. And so isobars are lines of constant or equal pressure on a weather map. So as soon as we say the word pressure, we are talking about a physical reality. Now in chemistry, which is funny, they use the same analogies, but these are isotopes. And isotopes are atoms of the same element. But they have the same number of atoms, but different mass number. So it's the number of protons, electrons are the same. But in chemistry, there are also isobars, and isobars are atoms of different elements. So they have a different number of atoms, but the mass number is the same. So when we connect these isobars, it kind of paints a picture. And when we look at the weather map, we can see what we call a high pressure area or a low pressure area. And so you have to understand, are you on the inside of the curve or on the outside of the curve? And what is the direction of the flow? And it becomes very interesting when you have a combination where you have lows and highs mixed in. And so it all makes kind of a little wavy line. It's not so circular, shall we say. But, you know, fundamentally, when we talk about high pressure from a meteorological standpoint, high pressure is magnetical because it's a clockwise rotation in the northern hemisphere, but a low pressure counterclockwise rotation in the northern hemisphere is gravitational. So the winds are affected by this radiant charge, where they move from a high pressure area to lower pressure area. But since the winds are moving, then the high pressure areas don't stay in the same areas, you see. And so if they move out, then what could move in would be a low pressure area in the same area. But what does change is the charge gradient. In other words, the bigger the difference between the pressures, the faster the air will flow. And in fact, the air will also rotate at a faster speed. So let's look at something we all kind of know. We have paint in a tube. We also have toothpaste in a tube. And so we have to try and discuss a rate of change here and the cause of the change. So, and the instrument of the change. So let's take the tube and take the cap off the tube and say the tube is the feeding system. Well, the feeding system is going to respond to a feedback system, isn't it? And so before we get the paint or the toothpaste out of the tube, we have to understand that the rate of change is going to be environment specific. And this may sound very, very simplistic, but what we have to understand is the difference between transition and transmission. So if I press on the tube by altering the transition, the contents of the tube will be transmitted out. And if I change the rate of transition, I will affect the transmission. And so rather than squeezing the tube with my thumb, perhaps I put the tube on the floor and take my big fat heel and stomp on it. That would be a radical increase in the rate of transitional change. And it would reflect in a very radical transmission of fluid. And it may not hit the spot that you were thinking of. In fact, it may splatter all over the place. So when we understand that there are flux lines that run along the surface, and the higher energy converts to the lower energy. So if I cut across these flux lines with my boot, when I stomp on this thing, I'm going to impart an enormous amount of energy and it'll be transmitted. And so by cutting across these flux lines, the transmission will go along the flux lines. So interestingly enough, the GANs that we produce in the cups of light gives and takes energy. And this energy is magnetic, it's of a plasmatic variety. And it also exchanges gravitational energy. Those are two energies that work together. Water can do the same thing. It can give and take energy, and it can exchange energy. And it can exchange energy with the gas. And so now the question is, what is the rate of change? And how does this work? So what we have to understand is that there are flux lines in our cup of life. And so if we look at the side view, and all we have in there is, say, water, and we produce gas, and the gas slowly settles to the bottom. So the motion of the gas is a gradient transition. And how far it has to go is the steepness of this transition gradient. And how it moves is that it has to give and then pick up. So in other words, drop one, pick up another, give and take, energy exchange. Because the gas and the water have an affinity for each other. Is that all that's going on? I don't need to stomp on this to move the gas. But I do know that if I shake the bottle, the gas will be all over the place. And then if I let that bottle rest, that gas will settle. And in the process of all this shaking and movement and settlement, the gas will be imparting the energy into the water. Because the negative is the giver. So it'll give, and then it'll drop down and take. And the taking is the gravitational. This is gas motion. It's a very important point, because you can clearly see when we look at a dandelion, for instance, it has leaves, it has a stem, it has a flower, and that flower makes seeds. And so this whole process has to cut across these flux lines. And then when we get to the seeds, and when they mature, they blow away. And so they go along the flux lines. And between each of these transition zones, there is this crossing over at this vanishing point, this point of transparency. And in fact, now what you're seeing is that the seeds in one of these is all gone. So the rate of change is determined by the feeding soul intention. And the rate of change is specific to that soul intention. So it's very powerful. And it affects the emotional presence. But also what affects the emotional presence is that environment. So in our case, it's the earth, and that's feeding back. Well, that's the question, is how does it do that? So there are a couple of feedback conditions, and in order to be very effective, you know, we can alter these feedback conditions through genetic mutilation or mental abuse or terrorism. That's very effective feedback. Yeah. You know, you weren't forced to do anything. But there's an effective unconditional feedback, and that's the plasma feeding. And that's also very, very effective. So what happens when you remove this conditional feedback? So then you have to have a conditional feedback to make it effective. So in other words, you have to feed back to the feedback. Because now you are stomping on things, right? You can't just watch the GANs float to the bottom. You can't just gently squeeze the paint out of the tube. You have to stomp on it. But the most effective feeding is the unconditional feeding, such as the sun. And so what we see is that the return to the plasma feeding will actually be the fastest rate of change, and it will be sudden. And so we can conditionally feed by actually putting the GANs in the teacups, in what we call the ceramic cup of sweet, or the ceramic cup of pressure, or the ceramic cup of life, or even we have the ceramic cup of plants. And when we put the fluid in there, and let's say it's a tea, you can't even tell if it's a sugar in there because the sugar dilutes. So this is what's going on with the interaction of the GANs and the ceramic cup and the tea in there. We have an energy dilution. And through the nearness and proximity of everything being inside the cup, facilitating this rotating field, we have this feedback of the feedback. But we can affect the rate of change. How do we do that? Well, these GANs within these cups exchange energy with the prime mover. That's you. And the soul feeding. That's you. You don't have to stomp on it. You already have the highest energy, the soul intention of the feeding. That'll affect the rate of change. And so we have to understand that we are shareholders in this process, because let's identify what shareholders are in a business sense, because there are inventors, they have this technology and they have partners, but then there's money. Money is another kind of currency. And the shareholders on the money side are venture capitalists, investors, directors, shareholders. Yeah. And so we see that there's an interaction, because the inventors provide education, research, development, and that development for other inventions or commercial development. But the financiers of the money, well, they need investors. And we have this balance because the inventors need money. So it's the money and the inventors that have to interact. And so all of these shareholders, because of the energy binding requirement, are very heavy into exploitation. And as we've already discussed, this is very limiting. And what's always fascinated me is that we're surrounded with all these advisors, or technical advisors, or financial advisors, or directors, or in marketing and things like that. And, you know, they didn't invent it, and they don't have the money, but they know how to tell you how to do things. You know, if they knew how to do things, they would do it. They wouldn't tell you how to do that, right? Which is why, you know, if teachers could do it, they wouldn't be teaching. And I have personal knowledge of that. So, you know, and then of course there are auditors, and they are, in our professions, we call them chartered accountants. Then of course there are also financial regulators. And then we have this strange thing called free trade. well, it doesn't seem to be very free because these so-called investors sometimes turn into vulture investors when they partake in technology theft, technology suppression. And of course, we all understand gold diggers, and it's not exclusively men. And so they become profiteers, take advantage of circumstances. And of course, suckers are born every day. That's why we have Ponzi schemes. And of course, you know, out of sight, out of mind, we could always fudge things, can't we? Even accounting fudging. So the rate of change affects the presence of the physicality, you see. So if we look at the feeding from the soul intention, and then we compare that to the feedback of the environment, and then we come to this problem. So when we look in the history of the Keshe Foundation and see the creation of the Universal Council, who are all shareholders, who are all investors in the technology and the broadcast of the benefits of the technology, we have to question them, you know, are they gold diggers or are they passengers? And that may seem harsh, except for the fact that one can easily question where they all go, because they have to go someplace. And so then we can compare different societies, because it's a worldwide thing, and I'm looking through Canadian eyes, because we're part of the common poverty. So, you know, I am part of the society. I am Canadian. And as I said, this is the most important time in Canada, the May 2-4 weekend. So it's 24 bottles of beer in the case. So we're kind of living in a state of ignorance, and we have to understand that ignorance is being unaware. And it's also ignorant to be aware, but unwilling. So we're trying to cross the bridge of knowing, but you know, you can't cross that bridge sometimes. And you don't know how to cross that bridge, but even worse, you don't want to cross that bridge because you're in a state of corruption. And the reality is that you can't insult the ignorant. So it's really time for us to get dirty. And this was a very pivotal moment in our history, because we've seen the reality. And we see the accomplishments that we've made, the pride in these inventions that are more than 100 years old. Yes, the cell phone is more than 100 years old. Oh, even the electric cars are even older than that. And healthcare, yeah, it's well over a century and a half. And so we find these government regulations based in ignorance and cronyism has crippled many scientific solutions to a clean energy disaster. But we have to understand that the government is ours. A wonderful thing happened this same week in Brazil. And this would never happen in Canada. It's called a workshop, where you make a cup of lake. When I say it never happens, not in this scale. Because what we wanted to do was to share the joy, much joy, with all of you. And in Canada, an SRO club is a bar where there are no seats, it's standing room only. And this workshop, it's sitting room only. And 23 beautiful beings participated in a weekend affair workshop And these are all part of the new investors club in Brazil, where they're all invested in the plasma science, and they all work together to create the cup of life. And each of them has a cup of life. And each is an independent variable. And each is an interdependent variable. And each is a shareholder in this club. So what's the difference between moonshine and any other shine? What is that? So, you know, when we look at these knowledge qualifications, you know, a layman's excuse is, well, I don't know, I'm not a scientist. Well, what's a scientist's excuse? I don't know. That's no excuse. So let's talk about moonshine. And what's interesting is that moonshine is actually alcohol that's made in a still. Very popular in certain parts of the US and in Canada too. I'm sure all over the world. But what's interesting is that they make a copper tubing and copper kettles, and they also put the copper tubing in a coil. Where have we seen copper coils before? But they had a problem, of course, is that this was classified as illegal. So when they delivered the moonshine, they had to make these fast cars. And so that became known as the Thunder Road, because in order to have a fast car, you have to make speed. And so by having a fast car, it automatically flagged you as a moonshiner. And so you were delivering illegal alcohol down this Thunder Road. Well, they moved the Thunder Road into what they called NASCAR, North American Stock Car, basically. And they made it entertainment. And so if you had speed and it was a flag, well, you are not going Thunder Road, you're going to the races. And eventually these races put in rules. So the only cars that were allowed in these particular races were stock cars, because after all, these were the cars that originally went down Thunder Road. They were cars that you and I could buy. And so now we're at the point where we're making electric cars. They operate differently. And so what's interesting is that these people who were transporting alcohol illegally in their races were writing the rules, and they were very stringent. So those who were breaking the rules were making the rules. Fascinating. And so they were perfecting the speed of their cars, and they had an excuse because it was a race. And so we find, what's the difference between a NASCAR and a street car? Well, it's about 300 kilometers an hour, maybe. Well, what's the difference between a fast car and a plasma car? Remember, an order of magnitude, at least 10 times. But we were talking about moonshine, and what's interesting is that the alcohol running was done at night. So, and they didn't even use headlights. They went by the moonlight. And so that was very important too. They were sometimes very dark and sometimes very bright. So they had to pick and choose when they did these runs. And there's a big difference between this shine. So when we talk about radiation, that's the presence of sunshine. So the sun radiates onto the earth. Well, when the sun stops, then we have this irradiation. Now, the truth of the matter is the sun is still shining on the earth, but it's on the other side, so we don't see it. It's not as strong. It's dark. So the irradiation is the absence of sunshine. And there's no point checking on Wikipedia because they've totally changed the meaning. So this irradiation is in the presence of moonshine, but actually it's an earthshine. It's the energy coming from the earth, which that dandelion used to transverse the transition flux lines. And so the presence of this earth shine is actually the presence of a soul shine, the soul shine of the earth shine. And we understand the inverse square law. When you have the distance, you double the intensity. So this is true of light. You know, you can double the distance and then have the intensity. So whether it's light or whether it's energy, it's the same relationship, except that the speed of light is constant. So if the speed of light is constant, how do you change the intensity? Well, by the same rules that you change the color. Remember the changes with the color in the rainbow? But now if we have a double rainbow, it creates a situation here. So we've already discussed this alteration of this dark area in between the two rainbows. So we have the same intensity, but it's a different distance. Well, if it's the same intensity and you have the same speed, then something is happening in between there that is not visible. Well, of course it's not visible. It's dark. And it's in between the infrared of the near rainbow and the infrared of the far rainbow. But if that dark area is not just in between the red of the near rainbow and the red of the far rainbow, it is also the dark area between the green of the near rainbow and the green of the far rainbow. In fact, that dark area is in between every single primary color in that rainbow. So whether it's yellow or blue, it's in between there, but it's not visible. So representation of all the frequencies and all the colors is embodied within there in that double rainbow. So if we see that as the sun shines, we call that the sun feeding. And then we see the earth feeding back. But when the sun is on the other side, and from the earth's point of view, now the earth is feeding, and outside of that rainbow, we're getting the feedback. And everything that we see in the physicality is 3 dimensions. So inside the first rainbow is 3 dimensions. Outside of the second rainbow, which is like the first, it also has 3 dimensions. So what is this stuff that's in between? Because the inside and the outside is the feedback. So therefore, what's in the middle here has to be the feeding. So from the Earth's point of view, this dark matter, which ends up going to the antimatter, would be the feeding, because the higher energy feeds the weaker energy. What's the weakest energy? The physicality, the feedback. And that feedback is on the earthbound point of view inside the first rainbow. And obviously, based on the color frequencies of the second rainbow, is also on the outside of the rainbow, which actually extends to that area between the Earth and the moon and the sun and every other planet. So this area in between the two rainbows is not part of these three dimensions. It's an entirely different dimension. It's an inverted rainbow area. And it floats right around the Earth. And so many talk about that when we die, we cross the Bardo. But they don't talk about if we cross the Bardo when we're born. And they don't talk about this earthbound point of view. But we see the circular nature of this transmission field. So as we transition from within the rainbow to the outside of the second rainbow, through this zone in between the two rainbows, we transition on the surface of the Earth, or we transition in the sky, say with a plane or a balloon. But this energy that transmissions around the Earth, which is unseen, is the peace stone. And so we find that the rate of transmission is based on the feeding soul intention and the feedback environment presence of physicality. And so the emotion of presence is manifested from the interaction of these two field forces, and it flows along the peace stone. And the rate of flow and the rate of energy transition translates into the rate of energy transmission based on the intensity of the energy exchange and the rate of exchange. So this, what we're talking about is moonshine, is this vanishing point that meets this point of transparency. And with our soul, it has to cross over this super granular layer, because that is the point of inversion. That is the point of inversion of the soul within us to the presence of soul shine. So in other words, the soul within becomes the soul without. So there's a relationship between angels and angels. So like whether it's man-made or the role of man. It's your point of view. As we bring the vertical space enhancement units and the horizontal space enhancement units, that you understand the vertical enhancement units are transitioning and the horizontal ones are the transmission in relationship to the emotional transformation that not only goes within us, but also goes through the peace dome that goes around the Earth. And so the energy, how it's transmitted from the plasma state, the pre-aminogen state, into the post-amino acid state. So now we understand from an earthbound point of view, the magnetical gravitational relationship and this peace stone that encircles it and embodies it. And so we see that outside of that is what we see. And inside of that is what we see. Just like our soul has to cross the solar supergranular layer to come from within to go without. But where this is, we can't see this. Because this is part of the universal community, which we can't see. And we are part of the universal community. And on October 14th, 2021, we made a concerted effort to cross over that line via the peace stone. And the only way to do that is to do it with peace. This is the ticket, the transformation and the transcendence and the transmogrification, which allows us to interact with the universal community. So we recognize the auras. That's not only our aura, but the Earth's aura. The Earth's aura is the presence of the earth shine. We call that the peace stone. The aura that we carry, that's the presence of our emotion. But there's another aura, that's the presence of the soul shine. And that soul shine interacts with the earth soul shine. And then there's the sunshine. The sunshine has its own. And what happens with the sunshine? So let's look at the somatids, because these are the tiniest things that we have in physicality that we can see. And the somatids are these little tiny dots in between these spaces, in between these big circles. And these big circles have nothing in them. And so it appears. Because what we're looking at is 30,000 magnification. 30,000 times. And these somatids move. And they move and follow magnetical gravitational forces. But so do these large circles. And then there's other stuff, like macrophages. And you can see that they're not so tiny. In fact, they're in fact bigger than the big circles. But there's some rod-like bacteria. They're not circles, they're not dots. And there's round bacteria, well, roundish. And then there's even star formation bacteria. We've seen that pattern before, haven't we? So these are all part of what they call the somatid theomorphism, in meaning that it comes in various shapes and sizes. But these are all very, very different from the original form, which was that dot that we see in that space in between the red circle. So let's look at this big red circle, what we call the principal universal line maps. This is our whole energy system on the universe, and what we're seeing is the concentration of the high energy in the center, in the red zone there. And as we drive down a hot highway in the distance, we can see the shimmering. And the reason it's shimmering is because of the flatness of our viewpoint. So it's by flattening the field, we create the shimmering. And that's the Gansen connection. So if we apply that to the universe, and we see that that flatness exists because even the earth is not perfectly round, it has a flattening. But in this extreme case, we find that the energy has to flow around and then has to double back. And the flatter it is, the sharper the turn. And so we see curves and turns. We also see what they call in racing hairpin turns. And so is it possible just to go around that hairpin turn? Well, you have to slow down, right? But wait a second. The speed of light is constant. So I think it has to do a little bit more gymnastics to kind of navigate around that corner. So I just wonder, maybe it can't quite make that turn, but if it can go beyond that corner and kind of swing around like it with an infinity loop and then double back, yeah, maybe it can do that. Okay. So when we're looking at how it swings around, well, another option, maybe it could just kind of catch on and do a little twirl in the center and then get pushed out on the other side like a slingshot. Well, that's one option. But the thing is that light is always in motion. And so what's on the other side? We don't see what's on the other side. It's kind of like that area between the two rainbows. What's going on out there? So there is a interaction between the inside of the rainbow and the outside. And then that outside also has an interaction between these other colors. But, you know, these are not visible. And so we don't know what color it is. And so let's just say it's all the colors. And so we have this interaction between the inside and the outside. And then we have the interaction between the inside and the core. Well, maybe we navigate around the corner with a reflection. But if it's a reflection, then the curve is opposite. So when we look at what we're doing inside the cup of life, we see that we've taken a flat plate and a copper coil, kind of like a moonshine still. But we've also nano-coated the copper coil, and we created a magnetical and gravitational field. But they are both rotating the same direction. And we did that by changing the components and changed the relationship as an emotion cup and a physical cup. And so what was interesting about the plasma fields is that if you had a magnet and you're in these fields and remove the magnet, you also remove the fields. But in the plasma state, if you remove all the components, well, the field remains. And so this is the thing. We have a field, the cup of life, that also has to take into account the Earth's point of view. So that's the foot stomping on the tube, isn't it? And so that becomes our environment. And so the whole picture is a combination of the 5 individual pictures, just like all the primary colors of the rainbow. And so we're looking at a whole cup of life that is magnetical, gravitational in nature and function with a soul. But that soul and that cup is within the stacker unit. And that's representative of our body. But the universal cup, which is dynamic, is representative of our brain. And there's a soul in the body and there's a soul in the brain. And every time we go to sleep and we move around, we come back and we always hit the bullseye, don't we? And so we know that there's a dynamic transfer state that transfers energy into this physical destination state. And it's the physical destination state that feeds back to this dynamic transfer state to tell us that we're there. And so wherever you are there. You are the independent variable, but the plasma feeding is the same. It's universal. And it doesn't just come from the radiation from the sun. And it doesn't just come from the irradiation of the earth. It also comes from the energy in motion throughout the rest of the universe. So the plasma feeding rule is that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, but we find that it's a two-way street, that we can go through natural creation or through a natural decay. But there's this other area that's in between, this catalytic state, like the sun, where there is this unseen force that gives energy unconditionally. So we have to understand our point of view. There is the earthbound point of view, and there's our point of view. And there's this emotional crossover point between the visible and non-visible. And so this is helping us for newcomers. Simple terms. They ask you, what is plasma? Tell them it's a kind of energy state. And there are different kinds of energy state. And the lowest form of energy state is our Earth space. And the highest form of energy is the outer space. And we are still searching for our inner space. And we spend all our lives doing this, and that's important. And if that's not important, then really nothing's important. And you have to understand the Keshe model of nuclear decay of the neutron, when we see the neutron break down into this electron-proton combination, which we call an atom, plus the release of these PM ticks. So these PM ticks are the rays that are in motion between the here and the there, but there is a transition, as we see in the cover of book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, where the one universe splits up into 2 different universes, and only one of these 2 universes is our universe. And wait a minute, that universe is the smallest one of all. And in fact, it's so tiny that we can't even see the rest of the universe. That's many orders of magnitude different. And we can't even see the energy that is going in between. And so we find that this ray motion is part of its own balance between the creation decay. But on the lower energy, it has the same relationship, a balance between the creation and the decay. And then in between these 2, which is not visible, just like between the 2 rainbows, is this kind of dark area that, we don't really understand. So we just fudge it. And that's our bonding fudge factor. But the fact of the matter is that something is always something, because there's this bond. And if you break that bond, and that something is no longer something, it's something else. And so this is all has to do with relationships. So now we can understand that when we look at the scientific community and how it tries to balance its knowledge and how the spiritual community is trying to balance its knowledge. It's the plasma science which adds to the knowledge and puts these relationships together in balance in a Magravs condition. But these are not static, they're always in motion. And so when we look at the inner space, and I think in our physicality, we're thinking particles and waves, we have to understand that that relationship extends into outer space, but the particles are fields and the waves are photons. And we can't see these photons, but they are light. So we find that these flux lines are rotating around, but they rotate in and they rotate out. It's a two direction, there's two fields. And this makes sense now because we see the two rotating hemispheres on the planet, but the whole planet only rotates as a unit. And whether you're in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, you are firmly planet feet on the ground. So now I see how the principal matter is created with these PM ticks as they travel through the universe as an energy pack, and they come converging together through the force field interaction, which we've identified as antimatter, dark matter, and matter, which we call a Magrav. And so that creates the field. But, you know, is it an electron or is it a neutron? Where the electron is magnetical, the neutron is gravitational. You don't have enough information, do you? Something's missing. And where's that boot when you want to stomp on something? So the reality manifestation, as we say, is when two fields come together, they form another. And the formation of any field is the manifestation, but that's only three. So the plasma feeding is what leads to this manifestation. That's the fourth. And so that manifestation could remain non-tangible or become tangible, could remain non-visible or become visible. And so there's a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. Therefore, any manifestation is a form artifact. And so the emotion of presence is a manifestation and is a form artifact of energy and motion, even though we can't see this emotion because it's a two-way street. It's this Magrav condition of a balance between the attraction and repulsion forces plus the residue plus the magnetical. So this would be emission, and it's a Magrav plus the gravitational, which is the absorption. So the plasma rules, if we understand them, where the higher energy state can increase by at least an order of magnitude. So that's the difference between streetcars and plasma cars. And then the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. So whether these energy states increase in energy, that would be called natural creation, or whether they decrease in energy, that would be called natural decay. So in fact, you could say the physical manifestation is a process of natural decay. But if we don't continue to feed it, then it will continue to decay to the point of nothingness, obviously. And however, it can endure, well, not like the sun, because the sun is catalytic, it's non-consuming. So we are going through a process of natural decay because we are consuming. And so if we were at a higher energy state, we could have a higher transfer rate. And a higher energy state at a higher orders of magnitude would likewise have a transfer rate at higher orders of magnitude. Because the rules change, you see. plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe, and the ethos of the universe follows the plasma rules of the highest energy state. Because that's how the universe is created. It exists from energy. So energy is always in motion. So therefore, all things are in combination. But that combination could either have a reference between fields in the same energy state or fields between energy states. You don't have enough information to determine which, but you know that that relationship exists. And so as we look and say, well, there's nothing in between the Earth and the moon, really? Well, there's a plasma field and there's energy. And so this energy is a plasma field transaction currency. That energy is a plasma fuel, and that's what creates everything. And so everything is something, nothing is nothing, and something is always something as opposed to being something else. It all depends on the binding or the flowing energy. And it's this interaction, this infinity loop where all things are working in combination between this magnetical pushing and this gravitational pulling. It creates this background condition. And so the limitations of the science is not taking into account the ethos, because that is traveling faster than the physical speed of light. It involves morality, compassion, and courage. These are all fundamental elements of creation. So we talk about this magnetical residue between the attraction and repulsion forces, which we call gravitational and magnetical energies, that represent the convergence or divergence of energy. And so you are the independent variable, and you are each one. But this universe is interdependent. And so you, as an independent, can reach one and go through this emotional transformation to teach one and understand how one nation, one planet, and one universe always works together. And that's the point of view that we need to take, and that's the point of view that the Earth is always taking. And so every week we have the one nation, one planet, one race for world peace. And this week was number 291. And what we were looking for is to harvest. What are we harvesting? Well, this relationship between the energy that the sun gives and the energy that the earth gives. So the radiation from the sun and the irradiation from the earth. So the sun radiation feeds the flowers and the earth's irradiation feeds the roots. But they are kind of a reflection of each other, aren't they? They don't go the same way that the rainbows do. So really, it's kind of like you take one rainbow and you flip it around and make the other rainbow a reflection. The problem is that you still get the color gradient, but now the curvature of the field is opposite. You don't get a second rainbow, you get a rainbow reflection. Well, that's not normal. And so that's the difference between symmetry and asymmetry. So if we say asymmetric, that means the left side and the right side is not the same. And so if we take a reflection, well, you can clearly see that it's different. And so if we were to take a half of the picture, which is how we view things, don't we? We only view things from the physical side. The part that we can't see, well, we don't view that, right? And and we don't recognize it. But if we were to take that half picture and create a symmetrical, then you would have to decide on which side you're looking at. And how come if it's symmetric, I would suggest that it's not looking the same. So, in other words, the curvature is different and it's a reflection. So when we navigate around this hairpin turn, the energy within our shimmering flatness is the feeding radiance. The energy from the universal community is also the feeding radiance. So the reason we feed back is because of this reflection. So when we manifest into physicality, we call that materialization. As we've seen with the double rainbows, we can cross over that vanishing point, that point in between. And so inside the first rainbow, we have a materialization. And in the area outside of the second rainbow, we have materialization. Well, in order to go through this crossover point, we have to go from materialization to dematerialization, crossover, and then go from dematerialization into materialization. In that crossover point is an invisible bond. And that's why when two forces come together, we have to take other things into account. And we have to realize that, you know, when we see this radiant flash, that's just a temporary feeding, like a flash in the pan. And so when we analyze our essentials from life, we have to look at it from the welfare point of view, you know. Air, water, food, and shelter are the essentials for life. But, you know, we smoke, we drink beer, we need snacks, and we need cable TV. These are the important welfare essentials for life and physicality. And we find that the essentials for life are played as a game where feeders provide, the terrorists deny. And we say, well, what is the default position? And how can you tell which is which? Well, are you harvesting or are you reaping? So if we go back to the beginning, and they say which came first, the chicken or the egg, well, we always said it's the principal matter. That's why it's called principal matter. Well, ask again, which came first, the red blood cell or the somatid? Kind of the same question, isn't it? Well, let's ask again. You have seeds. So you sow the seeds and you reap what you sow. And when you reap, you use a scythe. So that cuts, let's say, in reference to grains of wheat or grass. So by definition, a reaper is any farm machine that cuts grain. So the early reapers simply cut the crop and dropped it unbound. But modern machines, which are called harvesters, combines, and binders, and they perform other harvesting operations. And so interestingly, chickens eat grains, but chickens also lay eggs. We harvest the eggs, but some are meat chickens, so we slaughter the chickens. So we also eat the eggs and we eat the meat. And cattle, what about cattle? Well, cattle eat the grass and cattle produce milk. Well, we harvest the milk. But some cattle, like beef, are raised for meat. So we slaughter that cattle. So we either drink the milk or we eat the meat. What about humans? Well, we harvest crops and we produce bread. And we produce that barley sandwich in the 24 bottles in a case. And then we also produce drugs. So we drink the beer, smoke the plant, and take the drugs. But what about mining? Well, we have minerals, we have oil, we have natural gas, and we have precious metals. It's just another type of harvesting. But what about manufacturing? We have food products, we make machines, devices like your cell phone, and weapons like rifles. That's just another type of harvesting, isn't it? And what about the byproducts? Forms of elimination, such as manure or methane gas. How about garbage, which we always throw away? Or mine tailings, which we don't do anything about, and that's done legally. Or our favorite, the scrapyard. Is waste the harvest dividend? And so when we look at the daisy chain of harvest, and we have this direction of flow and this strength of flow where the energy goes in, and it comes from the sun, and then we have the earth, and then the vertical people, the horizontal people, the human people, and the waste, and all of this is connected. Well, we don't see the connection. So the strong energy feeds the weaker energy. We ignore that. We only see the byproduct, what comes out. And that's the only wave field that we recognize. So when we're looking at life and, we try and determine what's right and what's forward and what's backwards, or what's upside down. And then we also have to look at what's vanished. Because sure, we know which way is up on Earth, but when you're in space, I don't know which way is up. I wouldn't know which way to turn. And so farmers have this dilemma. I mean, let's be realistic here. When do the hands that nurture the crop become the hands that harvest the crop? Let's ask another question. What about the soldier's dilemma? When do the hands that killed man become the hands that caress his child? So we see the Grim Reaper, he sows the seeds of discontent. And they say we reap what we sow. We cut them off at the knees. There'll be a judgment day when you meet your maker, you'll reap the reward. The Reaper is also called the angel of death. There are many angels that are associated with death, but both in a positive and negative context, you see. So man's dilemma is, when do the hands that nurture the body become the hands that bury the body? And the common denominator is either those who provide, or those who deny, or those on welfare. And is the wasting of the body the harvest dividend? And who is responsible? So when they say no littering, That means you. And then that includes your body. And so when we're looking at the soul harvest, we have to understand that that is the balance of emotional presence between the source and the physical reality. And this is only possible for peace on earth, because it allows both the enhancement of the body and the enhancement of the physicality. So when we understand the interaction, we have to understand that there's a soul sequencing. It's the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth that's attracting the soul of man. That's a priority sequence. And so once we had the soul of the man, that can interact with the soul of the earth and can attract the soul of the body. Now that we have the soul of the body, that can interact with the soul of the earth and manifest the physicality of the body. So the default pathway has a soul sequence to manifestation. And it comes from the soul. And so the soul is just one of the spaceships that we have, which includes preemptics or light or cylinders or spheres or saucers or planets. And so the greater oneness is the transcending of the limitations of nuclear science, which we've tried to put through 503 knowledge seeker workshops in a row on a weekly basis, to help people understand the difference between the physical matter and the plasmatic matter, to understand that the physical matter is a low energy state, a low rate of energy transfer. The plasmatic energy is a high energy state, a higher rate of energy transfer. And just because you can't touch it doesn't mean it's there, because you can sense it. And each of us can have a different rate of sensitivity. It all depends on how the energy flows. It all depends on how dynamic the plasma fields and the interaction of these plasma fields. And we have choices now, because we're 1 year past the June 6th of 2022 era, the new space age, where we become the new pioneers of that space age to transcend our inner space from inner space to outer space. And so we're really moving from this materialization science. So welcome to the new space age, and stand by for the next adventure. The adventure capital. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science, connecting all the beautiful knowledge seekers, life's learning lessons. Transmute your default soul growth. There's a World Peace Treaty. Sign it with a pen and display that proudly. And make sure you also sign it with your soul. And be proud. The dilution of emotion allows the fields of life choices to be free from boundaries of abuse. And the ethos maps your position. The universal community is your travel guide, because they follow the same map at the speed of love, because this manifests and determines your inner space emotional constructs. So our earthbound soul family is seeking this transformation, this gravitational, high energy, physical and emotional enhancement and vitality, which origin came from the emotion of knowledge, because that's embodied in the transmutation connection. And this connection connects equally to the universal cosmic rays freedom broadcast. This is a broadcast of inner space and the harvest resonates with the seed of the proper plasma universe. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of this trip. I hope you all had fun and enjoyed this. Thank you so much for allowing me to present.
Wow, so much to consider, Alex. Now I'm beginning to understand why it takes a bit of time to become a master at this. There are just so many ins and outs of this plasma, but maybe it'll be a little bit easier with the head units, or something the soul already knows. It's carrying the totality, but the access to it seems to be not readily available to all of us. Most of us, I think. Otherwise, we would have been doing some of these unique conversions of energy. Even though we're good holding on in the matter state, it seems the energy state is easy to manipulate too, but we've never really considered it much. So thank you for sharing so much, so consistently. And of course, as we usually do at this time, we open up the floor for anyone who'd like to add to the knowledge, perhaps, question a point that was raised, take an opposite understanding of what was conveyed to us. I know Alex went up and down the roller coaster here a couple of times. So would anyone like to raise a question or a point? I was thinking about the head units, which you showed in the beginning, Alex, and I always thought that was a great idea of Iran sending some as a token of peace to the United States to help with the post-traumatic stress syndrome, but maybe now under the, I know we just had some negotiations with Iran, and I think the Biden administration returned $6 billion of Iranian funds that were sort of held somewhere, locked up. But this would be an excellent token. Or will we go differently, where people will get in touch with a wellness center and then perhaps go to the master system, or the central system, as Mr. Keshe said, and tap into that. And then I was thinking, well, gee, the military may say, well, we have to evaluate this. We don't know if they really got over the post-traumatic stress syndrome, or it's just a temporary condition. We'll have to study it for the next 3 years and write 3 reports. And then, of course, the reports will have to be reviewed by Congress. How will we move this process? Or will people just make it available so that they then give their testimony, and we'll see the difference, we'll feel the difference in what they convey and their outlook and their family's outlook and so on. Just a thought. Yeah.
Well, I think the rate of change is dependent on your point of view of the urgency. You know, if you're on the verge through, say, an emotion of depression, and you're on the verge of committing suicide, I don't think you have time to, I don't think you have the luxury of waiting 3 years.
Right.
So, you know, if you're not in that position, you don't see the urgency. And that's a lot of us are like that, because, you know, we all practice the art of NIMBY, not in my backyard, right?
Right. And many of the homeless in the United States and probably other countries are veterans, and they're sort of out of sight, out of mind. We see them as homeless people, but we don't realize the trauma that they're still going through within their own minds and their physicality and so on. So I don't know how this is going to be introduced, or maybe again with Kamala taking the reins and the scientific background, maybe this will just be almost pushed through, very similar to other types of medical treatment that have just been sort of pushed through, let's say, without much examination or analysis.
Well, Mark, one viewpoint is this, and let's say when we look at the casualties of people, would we say that, you know, doctors are more valuable than drug addicts? And, you know, could we say in our prejudice, you know, that if we were to compare that to the sun-earth relationship or the proton-electron relationship, you know, would we say that the doctors would have a higher field strength and the druggies would have a lower field strength? And, you know, maybe you have the luxury to discuss that around a cup of coffee. But the rate of mortality in those two industries is escalating at a comparable rate. So there's no discrimination there. So the rate of change takes into consideration other factors which are unseen.
Yeah,
So
I
there's
think
somewhere there's
John was exploring in that avenue with the Veteran Affairs at some point. Perhaps it's been over a year or two that he sort of approached them, but of course we didn't have the units at the time. I think they were sort of stuck in limbo, but that may be in the works. But if we have to go through trials and tests and follow-up and double-blind, and gee, it just seems like it's just being dragged in a way.
Yeah, I had the encounter with a university like that, and I asked them to, you know, see if they could come up with some tests that would highlight the benefits of this new technology, and it's not this technology, but another technology.
Sure.
Just wanted to test the benefits of it and see if we could come up with a good way to describe these benefits and transmit that understanding to people. And they said, well, the first thing that we have to do is we have to research whether or not this technology, you know, has merit.
Right.
And I said, well, you know, the technology that we had at that time was patented, and we were already doing commercial gain. So the technology was obviously already proven. Well, we were looking for an ideal method of verification and validation. Well, before they ascertained that, they wanted to prove that the technology exists. And that would cost me another $15,000. And so that would, I guess, validate that I exist. I had to leave there because my head was getting ready to collapse.
Well, hopefully it'll be like the Chinese military, who openly admits they don't understand it, but they do understand it works. And they'll proceed forward this way. And I think once we see testimonials from people, especially the Parkinson's, the Alzheimer's, the different fibromyalgia and so on and so forth, and their medical reports before and after will be more than convincing enough, I think. for some.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you have to be impressed, okay? So, you know, you got 6 expensive cars in your stable. Well, you know, like that famous Canadian singer says, that don't impress me much. You know, she can render the beauty of that car null and void with her key. As she scratches the paint as she walks away. But
Oh yes, I remember now.
yeah,
Leather seats, keyed.
yeah, that's the one. So, but you know, when you have what we have, and you know, instead of looking at the merit, you know, you're looking at the self-preservation, and that just doesn't make any sense because your preservation isn't even being threatened. And so what does it mean to be self-preservation? So one of the things that I learned was that when I start a new job, that puts me, as excited as I am to start that new job, it puts me one day closer to the day I'll be fired. And I should be fired, okay? Because the person who replaces me will be better than me.
Well, we'll have to see how this starts to spread and take off and what sort of confirmations we get from the existing structure. And we'll just have to follow it that way. We know it works, as the Chinese military have confirmed. They were
Well, not just that.
Yeah.
You know, you see the iPhone battle or the cell phone battle, right? You introduce a new product, and the old product gets abandoned. I mean, seriously abandoned. So and that's the difference between the Huawei phone and the Apple phone. It's very dramatic. And so did all the people who bought the new phone go to the university to check the research papers? Is that what they did? No, they didn't have time. It was sold out in 24 hours.
Yes, it seems like those Huawei phones with the 7-meter or nanometer processing technology, the iPhone cannot hold a candle to it, apparently.
And there's also a support chip that is 5 nanometers, and it hooks up with the satellites.
Right, like the flying car. Are we going to say, is it really flying, or is that just my imagination?
Wow.
Mr. Keshe said this is right around the corner, within a matter of a few short years, perhaps. This is going to be reintroduced to replace the electric and the batteries and the rest of it. He said it uses no energy.
Well, it's again old technology, right? I mean, we were ready to display it in 2011. So, you know, the chickens will come back to roost on that one because, you know, the history has a way of being pretty nasty. You know, and you can rewrite history as many times as you want, but you know, the fact of the matter is that the Great Flood washed away everything, and yet the 7 nations on this planet know about that story, and they are in universal agreement that there was a Great Flood, and no one knows where it was and when it was. They just knew that it was. And that's all you really need to know.
Okay, would someone else like to raise a point? I know Dean was here. I think he dropped out. He usually has a number of questions for you, Alex. Gail, go ahead, please.
I just, a very simple thing. I'm a little bit, you know, there's so many things going, coming around on the teachings. I just wonder if you can talk about the neutron, okay, and the rays. How exactly is the neutron the basic? Is it, I understand the hydrogen ends up being proton and electron, but in your opinion, Alex, I just want a very simple sort of review of the neutron and the ray.
Well, I
That
had
could-
heard somewhere
go ahead,
the neutron
Mark.
doesn't exist. Now, I don't know who told me that.
So Alex, I'm always, when I'm looking at the books, I see neutron and
Mhm.
ray and lots of interesting things. I just want something really basic and simple so I can stick it in my in the background so everything can make more sense.
The table of elements is it seems to all the elements follow in sequence, and they follow with a whole number. So, you know, hydrogen is 1, carbon is 6, nitrogen is 7, oxygen is 8. And it all seems to be quite neat. But the problem with the periodic table of elements is that they're elementary. So there's no accounting for how they were created. And there's no accounting of how they stay together, because obviously if you're holding a copper wire in your hand, you're holding a whole bunch of atoms. And those atoms are somehow glued together, and all you see is just a carbon. You don't see the glue. But you see that it's copper as opposed to, say, zinc. So what's the difference? So the difference is the release of the PM tick, because it's the PM tick is what's missing, because the mass doesn't add up. We just say, oh, well, you know, we round it off to the nearest whole number. But when you look at the mass and you say, well, if the mass of 6, say, is 12, and then the mass of 7 is 14, but it doesn't come out that way. It comes out with a decimal number. And then when you subtract those, you know, if I have a $10 bill and I subtract a $5 bill, I'm going to be left with $5. If I subtract a $5 bill from a $1 bill, I'm going to be left with $4. So that's fine. But when you go through the periodic table and you start to do the math on the mass, and you say, well, if I take $10 and I subtract $5, I'm going to be left with $4.97. Well, that's kind of like $5, isn't it? Oh, well, what about if I subtract from a $5 bill, if I subtract a $1 bill? Oh, I'm going to be left with $3.95. That's pretty close, isn't it? Yeah, that works. Well, you know, how about, you know what they say, close is only good in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? And that's not just a funny statement. That's not a bullseye. A bullseye is smack dab in the middle. Okay, so it doesn't add up. And we base our entire science on this kind of fudging around, you know? So, you know, if I say to you, you know, you went to the store, or how much did you spend? Oh, you know, I spent, you know, $20. Oh, okay. And then I find out, well, that $20 was $79.99. Well, you know, it's almost $20. It's not so bad. It isn't 100. Well, it's not true. You're fudging things. So we had to calculate everything that came together. And so you create a theory, and then you work that theory, and you find that that theory works. Well, the theory on the periodic table of elements doesn't work. And you only need to disprove it once. You don't have to go and prove it 400 times. Disprove it once, that theory doesn't work. And there's been only 2 theories that I've ever found that have never been disproved. And that's the dilution theory, the plasma dilution theory, that if you go from an atom to a neutron, and then you add the PM ticks, you will get the creation process. If you go from the neutron to the atom and you subtract the PM ticks, you will get the decay process. Oh yeah, does it really work? Did you not make GANs in the cup of life? Did you not make plasma water with that GANs? And did you not see the difference in your physical manifestation and your emotional manifestation? And you say, well, where's that stomping foot? All I see is the paint. I see the tube, but I don't see the stomping foot. Well, the stomping foot is your soul. And your soul is giving and taking energy, and it's unseen. So these PM ticks are the currency of your soul.
And we may have to examine a few other things while we're at it, like the speed of light and the age of the universe and so on, as Mr. Keshe said. So it looks like the universities will be going through a major revamping in the coming period.
Well, I was shocked when I found out that the speed of light was not the maximum speed, because that's how I was brought up. Okay, because you know, if I'm playing piano and every note, one note is higher than the other, so then when I get to the highest note, how come that's the highest note? Because apparently that note that's highest on the piano is at a certain frequency, and then there's frequencies above that. And in fact, in certain ranges, I can't even hear those things, but dogs can hear it. So well, what note is that on the piano? You know, how come we're not playing that? And then you realize, well, you know, these are contributing to the harmonics. Well, what's a harmonic? And if I can't hear it, how does it affect the note? Well, you know, this affects the flavor. So, you know, it's like you have one piano and you have 10 different piano players and they play all the same song, and you say, well, one's better than the other. Well, why is that?
Alex.
Hello.
Hi, here. How are you?
Perfect.
Hey, listen, what you just mentioned, if you are in the dimension of energy, would you be able to observe other frequencies?
In the same state?
What do you mean in the same state?
You know, when there was a comment that a long time ago where the US spaceships were trying to dock with the Russian spaceships. And everything was moving, inch by inch. But, both of them were moving, I think, like 16,000 miles per hour. So they were both on the same path. So the only thing, you didn't see how fast they were going. What you saw was the difference in the distance, right? The distance between the two. Now, if you were going perpendicular to each other, and let's say you're going forward, and on your right-hand side comes another car and it passes you at 16,000 miles per hour. Are you going to see it as it goes across? You're going to say, there was something there. I think something just crossed their path. I don't know what it was. It was going too fast for me to see.
But you will observe it. So that observation.
No, you would sense it. Well, yeah, observation
yes.
implies vision, right?
Yeah, so the sensing is in energy mode. So that entity.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, that's a brilliant question, Ike, because this is the whole thing. We are guilty of accusing women of being so emotional. Women's intuition. Well, what's that? Show me women's intuition. Yeah, well, show me man's courage. Oh, women don't have courage? You want to have a contest? Let's measure that. How would you measure courage? Would you say that's not a characteristic? Would you say that that's not a harmonic? I'll give you a prime example. Decades ago in the World Cup, the Cameroon, the indomitable Lions, they won the hearts of the world. It wasn't just that they were the underdog, but they played with flair. They were exciting. We had fun watching them. And where are they now? No one wants to watch them because they've lost that. They've lost that, I don't know, that vibe, that energy, that harmonic. It's not the same. They still play soccer, but it's not the same. So it's the French say je ne sais quoi. Well, that what you don't know is that difference. You can't put your finger on it, but boy, you know that it's there. It's like, someone walks into a room and the party is like really boring, and then someone walks in and they become the life of the party, and you say, wow, they just lit the whole place up. Really? What fire are you looking at? How can you say that? Say, oh, you have this beautiful glow on your face. Well, are you glowing, plasmatically, or are you glowing from having had too many drinks? So then there's a difference, wouldn't you say?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. But, you have to acknowledge that. You have to accept that. Your dog, if you have a dog, they know if you love them. There's no translator between your language and the dog language. So how do you communicate? That non-tangible translator, where is that? It's this PM tick that is resonating between the two of you. How do you make a dog loyal? How do you make a dog loyal? I mean, like, what do? Do you take them to loyal school? Do you, tie them up until they're loyal? Or take them in a back alley and beat the loyalty into them?
Feed good food.
Oh, does you think that's it?
Whatever they like.
No, you're talking about men now, right? Right? The quickest way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
Terrific. You're sounding great.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to know, did I answer Gail's question, or did she just take off?
Disappeared? No, I haven't disappeared. I'm just going into the book again because I think they talk about the rays, and that is wait a minute. And the magnetical fields are the initial fundamental particles. So is that what you would consider, like the plasma is the neutron? It says initial fundamental plasma. So that's the rays or fields, magnetic rays or fields, and their collection together become known as the initial fundamental particles. So wouldn't the neutron be that? Yes. And so it's the very basic fields of magnetic fields and so on that starts everything.
So here's the stumbling block.
Yes.
The stumbling block is that when they talk about the neutron, it's like the same neutron in every element.
Yeah, okay.
So it's like you going into the candy store and saying, I would like a chocolate bar.
Yeah. Many different strengths, yes.
But they're all chocolate. What's your problem?
My problem?
Yeah. So they're not all the same chocolate, right?
Right.
Okay. So they affect the mass. So when you look at the basic atom, which is electron proton, it doesn't have a neutron.
Right.
But the mass of the neutron contributes to the mass of the element, but they're not all the same. Okay, so you take 5 $1 bills, you get a $5 bill. But if you take 5 different elements and put them together, you're not going to get what you think you're going to get, because it depends on which 5 you put together. They're not all the same. So what does that mean? If you look at the structure of the neutron, it's a combination of the matter, plasma matter, and dark matter. The matter, dark matter, and antimatter, right? Yeah. Well, if you want to look at the containment of the PM tick, the structure of that is the combination of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. Oh, well, then look at the electron. An electron is a combination of, am I going to repeat the whole thing again? And then look at the proton. Well, it's a combination of all those three. Well, wait a second. What is the difference between the neutron, the proton, the electron, and the PM tick? What is the difference? Can you see the difference?
Well, not in this picture, no.
Well, in this picture, you can see the difference. They're clearly not the same size.
Oh, the electron, yes, okay, I get you. Mm-hmm.
Right? But if so this is in context. Now, if I remove the context and you say, wow, you know, it's like going to an aquarium store and you look at this fish and you say, wow, that's a big guppy.
Yeah.
A big guppy? What's a big guppy? Well, it's about, you know, a big guppy would maybe be 2 fingers away. And then suddenly comes a big fish, and you could take those 2 fingers and put it in its mouth. You know?
But they're both
And
fish.
they're both fish. And then along comes a whale, and you don't even see the whale. The whale's been looking at you all this time. All you see is the eyes. You know, you look at an Oscar, which is a really funny fish, because you can't tell where the eye is in the murky water because it has a spot on its tail that looks like an eye. So you don't know if it's coming or going. And you know, if you're a fish, and if you're if you're a tiny goldfish, you better know if that Oscar is coming or going, because it's a matter of your survival.
Yeah, well, I guess the way I simplified it in my own thinking is that hydrogen is the basic of everything in the universe, and any number of hydrogens make different elements. And well, I'm not sure, I still haven't tied the isotope issue into the fact that
this is very important, very important. What is the difference between an atom and a PM tick?
well, I mean, it's, you see, there's why I'm asking the process about the process.
Okay, well, let me ask another question. What is the difference between the PM tick and the neutron?
Well, in my opinion, I mean, at least according to the book, we have the energy, magnetic fields, okay, or the rays, or whatever you want to call it. And then when they come together, they're a combination. So they create the very basic fundamental plasma.
Okay, you sound like, you know, somebody on a witness stand or at a Senate hearing.
I feel like it, yes.
Okay.
No, I'm trying to think.
Let me ask a third question.
Yes.
What is the difference between the neutron and the atom?
Well, I mean, we've been told that the atom.
No, this is an open book question. This is an open book exam. You know, you ever go to school? How could you fail an open book exam? Look at the picture.
Oh, easy. Look in the wrong place.
Well, stop looking in the wrong place. Look at the picture. What is the difference between the neutron and the atom? And I'm not being belligerent here.
No, I get you. I mean, the only thing is that we've got an electron added on to the
right. Okay, so on the left picture you have one singularity. On the right hand side you have duality.
Yes.
Okay, let's follow that train of thought. What is the difference between the PM tick and the atom? This was the first question.
It's more basic. Oh no, wait a minute, it's not. It's basically we just don't have a picture of it. So it would be the fields and the combination of many.
Okay, this is not a Senate hearing. Look, the difference, let me repeat the answer. The difference between the neutron and the atom, the neutron's in singularity, the atom's in duality. So let me ask the first question again. What's the difference between the PM tick and the atom?
Well, first of all, if it's only 1 p.m. tick, then I don't see that you would have a plasma. Maybe that's where I'm confused. I think it would have to be a release of many, an interaction of many to make the plasma.
Well, this is good because that leads to the second question, but we still haven't answered the first question. So if I say the difference between the neutron and the atom, and I just look at the atom side, and so I tell you that the atom is in duality.
Yeah.
It's electron-proton combination.
Well, I don't know what the PM ticks themselves would be creating.
Well, the PM tick is not an electron-proton combination.
We don't know that though. Unless you talk.
Well, what, you want $15,000 to do a research project now?
Oh, that would be great. We need more. Yeah. You know, because there's an S on the end of PM tick. So
yeah, because there's many of them, right?
Yes. And they can all get together and make
but I could put an S on the atom too. There'd be many atoms.
Oh wow, then we're really having, but again, it comes back to me thinking in terms of hydrogen. Because
that is what the atom is. Okay, so the point what I'm trying to make is that the PM tick is a mag-rev. The neutron is a mag-rev.
Okay.
Who says that they are not the same size? And who says that they are a different size?
Well, hopefully you have control over what you're trying to create, but I remember you don't have control over this GANs.
You're a person. I'm really gonna hammer you here. You're a person, right?
Yes.
You go to the theater.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still the person?
Yes, I am.
Okay, but would I be correct in saying that you're also part of the audience?
You'd be correct.
And
if there is an audience.
Well, it's a Broadway series. Okay, so would the other members of the audience also be people like you?
They could be, yes.
Okay, so when you get a bunch of people together, you don't call them all peoples. You call them an audience.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the only difference really is the size of the grouping.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is the problem with the neutron. We don't know the size of the grouping.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, from the book, that it's a group. It's and as it says, initial fundamental plasma.
Right, I think you can see the field here, Gail, on the left-hand one. To me, this would be the neutron that's surrounding the proton, electron, atom. That's the field of the neutron.
So you're saying that the field from the left has now encased both of its little proton and electron. Yeah,
I think it comes that way.
Yeah, but it has to have enough energy to do that.
And something I saw in the book, the way that the electron is going around the proton, the way that it shifts, that's your isotopes. I mean, I'm thinking in terms of something Mr. Keshe said about the isotopes, and then if you maybe the Earth has a 5 degree on its axis. So the way that the electron moves around the proton is very, very fascinating. I mean, it's not like just moving as you look at it. It's twisting and turning and giving different angles and all kinds of things depending on what is happening with the different elements in the proton.
So there's a wonderful song in the performance. Does everybody stand up and give it an ovation at the same time, or some people applaud, some people scream, some people whistle, some people cheer?
Yeah, that electron certainly looks very interesting when it's going around. Sometimes screaming, sometimes clapping, you know, it's actually a good analogy.
So, you know, if you are in the audience and you're at a soccer game and someone scores a goal and the audience cheers, where are you?
Well, I'm part of the wave.
Yeah, but which way?
The one that all of us make together.
Oh, really?
Yes, we do the wave. And
yeah,
I
but
mean,
where are you? Well,
that depends. Maybe I'm in maybe I'm at the beginning and we start the wave and then it moves around. So that'll be the way it circles around.
Oh, okay, let me give you another example.
Yes.
Someone scores a goal.
Yeah.
Dead silence.
Oh, that would be the opposing team.
Oh, you've introduced another factor.
Yeah.
So the environment matters.
Yeah.
So if you're the home team and you will cheer louder, right?
Oh, yes.
And so if there's a goal, that means your team scored. But if, you know, so you know that you're the home team because it's a loud cheer.
Yeah.
But if it's a small cheer, then you know that you're the away team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
But if it's a small cheer, it could also be dead silence. You know, maybe you don't have any visiting fans. So they're all the home fans. They bought up all the tickets. And then they were all so anxious that they bought all the tickets. No, you're from the other team. No tickets for you. So now we got all the tickets and rah, 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 we're gonna beat the pants off you. And then the other team scores and it's dead silence. So you know that the away team scored. And you know that the audience is part of the home team. And then someone would say, well, you know, that's a hypothesis. That's an interesting theory. I think we should do a research paper on that. Do you have $15,000 to do a research project? And we'll find out if you are correct. I'm really being ridiculous in this example. However, you're being a very good Sherlock Holmes because now you know that the game is played in the that the team that scored because of the cheer is the home team. And nowhere on this picture does it say which one's the home team. But one atom is a copper and another atom is a zinc. And which is the home team? Is it the same atom? Is it the same neutron? Or is it a different field strength? So if the p-tick is different from the atom, and the neutron is different from the atom, don't you think it would be a really, really good guess to say that the neutron as a fundamental plasma is the same as a PM tick as a fundamental plasma.
Well, I mean, that's the way they're created, I think.
So this is the Keshe model of nuclear decay of the neutron.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been doing this for 40 years and has not been proven wrong. This is not a theory.
I mean, the title is Ray Creation.
Yes, a PM tick is a ray.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's a ray of sunshine, right? There's a cosmic ray. There's it used to be a glimmer, but now it's an X-ray. Which ray?
Well, I'm only trying to think about the basic start of everything. And it
Oh,
does.
that's exactly what we're talking about. But you know, we have a variety, you know. So it was well, oh, okay. May I say that you know you're a woman?
I
Would that
guess
be-
so.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's pretty basic, right?
Yeah.
So I have no idea, you know. You know, I don't know anything about you, right? All I know is that you're a woman, but you know, you could be every different shape I can imagine, you know. Show me 100 different shapes of women and you could be any one of them, right? I have no way of discerning.
Well, I'm not tall. That's a
And I'm not dark either. So that's
yeah.
so which one's handsome?
That's your point of view.
Yeah, yay! Success.
Hey, so we really don't have any answers, actually. We just know that things come into being basically in the same pattern. And that's it. But
You create the pattern, you get the energy.
Mhm. But I'm still focused on the fact that, well, what we call hydrogen, because that's how everything sort of like our PM tick there kind of starts everything off. And
Yeah, well, when you're talking about the periodic table of elements, these elements are elementary. And the fundamental particle of an element is the atomic structure. And so the word atom, Tom is cut, A is un. So atom is uncut. Okay.
Mhm.
So that's the smallest particle. Well, how come the smallest particle has an electron and a proton? Those are two particles. So
Well, you have
somewhere along the line, we made a mistake.
But don't you have to have them to have some sort of interaction? I mean, the
Well,
next step.
when they identified an atom, they didn't talk about that, did they? They
No.
just said that's it. Oh, well, that's copper, you know, that's gold, you know, that's that and that's that. And so this is this and that is that, and there's a boundary. So now we get everything in nice little pockets, and we create a little post office. And so along comes the creator, and he says, "Well, I got an atom here," and you know, the postmaster of the universe says, "Okay, well, that one belongs to the copper post office box," and then here, oh, look at this, I've got a sulfur one, yeah. Oh, here's one, some different, a little chlorine here. We'll put it in another box. So everybody's in a nice box.
So we really don't have a way of, I mean, everything, all of the rays They're varied in their strength. And so we could create something. Well, then that's the isotopes, isn't it? Of
Right,
hydrogen.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, the isotopes are in existence all the time. This is in the plasma matter. So what is the physical state? It's the lowest energy state. It's the focal point.
That's okay, but it can have strength if you have the deuterium and tritium and so on.
Yeah, it always has a strength.
I'm saying different strength.
Yeah, well, different strength. So there's another example. You say, well, it has a strength. So I don't know what strength. You say different strength. Well, how different is it? Well, one is stronger than the other. Well, which one is stronger? Which one's weaker? Right? Well, it's like saying, there was a big crowd at the game. Well, what's a big crowd?
So basically there is no way of determining it. Just that.
Well, on its own, no.
On the process. But even then, our isotopes can be different strength. So that we can say, oh, my deuterium, which was created from the hydrogen, and then we ended up with 6, whatever, and then we ended up with carbon for 12 or 14. Oh gosh, I forgot. But anyway, I'm just going by what helps me to talk about it. I know that it's not real.
Well, let's go back to the crowd, if I may cut you off. Okay, so if I say it's a big crowd, you really have no idea how many people are in there.
Well, I can go and ask them how many tickets they sold.
Yeah, okay. Well, okay, so if I say that there were 200 people in that crowd, okay. Now, let's say part of that crowd left the stadium, right? Because the home team was losing 4-1. And they said, well, we're not going to sit around and watch our team lose. So we're leaving. And the announcer says, well, there's a crowd leaving. Well, you just said there's 200 in the crowd. So how many are leaving?
Well, that depends on whether they empty it out.
Well, that's exactly. Yes, so you have to take all that into consideration. So that's the point. So you don't know how many are leaving, but it's still a crowd. He said there's a crowd that's leaving. Well, so let's say 50 people leave. So that leaves 150, right? So that 50 is a crowd. Well, the 200 is a crowd. And this is my point.
Yeah.
Depending on the mass, the neutron changes according to the mass.
Which is the differences in the energy part of it.
The field strength of the different elements in the periodic table of elements.
Yes, but I don't like that part. To me, I mean, we have no way of doing it at the moment.
Well, not if we do it that way. That's right. That's why we're not going into outer space and we say, well, out of sight, out of mind. This is non-visible, non-tangible. I'm not even gonna, I'm from Missouri. You have to show me. And well, this is good, So you only living your physical life, and the rest of the life is just whizzing right by you at greater than the speed of light.
But it doesn't mean that we really can't decide. I mean, how are we going to choose what is the smallest combination of a field? Like, what's the smallest field energy? Do we really know?
Well, the smallest field is the magnetical field.
I'm saying, how do we know what is the strength of the magnetical field?
Do you want to measure it? What are you going to use? A tape
Exactly.
measure? Are you going to use a tape measure?
I
Are you
have
gonna use
no way.
a
So
foot scale?
wouldn't that mean that my hydrogen, my basic atom, could be it could be very large or very small?
Right. That's why there are elementary elements on the periodic table of elements.
I don't care about the periodic
No,
table.
no, yeah, because the atom of gold is more dense than the atom of copper.
So we can say, relatively speaking, and as I was saying about the environment, that's important, the environment that it's in. But I want to get right down to the basics. So for me,
you are at the basics. You're doing marvelously well.
Well, I'm now coming out with the fact, forget about the isotopes, unless that's the difference. So if I have to decide on my hydrogen, it could be that I have a very, like my ray has a high magnetic field and it's a single ray. And then I put some rays together and make the plasma, and I have my atom. So it could be much bigger than another combination of these PM-TICs. So I could have hydrogens that are very different in size. That's what it's coming out to. Am I saying that right? I don't know. If I have a hydrogen, it has one proton, one electron, as we've been studying. I mean, we can call it a whole lot of things, but I've got this. So it seems, what if I have rays of different strengths, and then I end up with a very powerful neutron, but it's an initial plasma. So then I could end up with a proton plus an electron that are very, very powerful, but they could still be a hydrogen.
Well, it could be a gaggle, a crowd of hydrogens.
Okay. Yeah, it could be, but I'm trying to rip it apart and put it down to the basics.
Okay, I'm going to come over and rip you apart, and I'll see if you can put yourself back together again.
Yeah, I need to be put back together.
This is the kind of reverse engineering that everybody wants to do. This is the problem with our science. You know, they don't want to develop the science; they just want to steal from others. You know, and figure it out. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying that process of, you know, you don't know how a television works. We'll take it apart, okay, and then put all the pieces back together again and try and turn it on. Well, you know, good luck with that. That's not going to happen, is it?
I'm not that bad. Okay.
No, but I'm saying it's that is the philosophy of the current science. Okay,
Yeah.
they want the verification and validation. So that validation is in physical terms, and that is a field, and that has a strength, and that strength is the weakest of all the strengths. Once you get into the plasmatic strength, it's not physical anymore. This is a unique characteristic. I'm saying this is a feature. I think this is a wonderful feature that we have, and I'm saying that we shouldn't abuse it. And the reason I'm saying this is a feature is because babies keep getting bored. Born. I'm sorry. We're bored. We want to leave, but you know, babies keep wanting to come. Why do you want to come to this hellhole? You know why? Because this is heaven.
It can be heaven if we decide that.
Right. And the humanity family can decide, because that's how the babies come here. They come here with the connection to the humanity family, and the humanity family is here because of the interaction with the soul of the earth.
So So you're saying that actually, I'm not sure. I'm still coming back to the same thing. These rays, which creates plasmas and so on, are different strengths.
Yeah.
But single. I mean, they can produce the same fundamental plasma.
Right.
And then split into a proton plus electron. So isn't that hydrogen? But it can be a different strength than the other guy.
Right. And so the other thing that's important is the relationship between the magnetical gravitational field. So if it's balanced, it basically, that is impossible. Okay, because then it would be invisible. It wouldn't be going anywhere. And PM ticks are always going. They don't stop. So if you're going, you have a front, you have a back, you have a forward, you have a reverse, right?
Right.
Okay, so
am I wrong when I say that I see a hydrogen atom that, I mean, it could have a whole bunch of them, but they're not isotopes.
Yeah, they are isotopes because they don't match the field strength of the environment.
So the environment will dictate to you.
Thank you.
What you've got.
Right.
Never date an atom. Oh dear.
That's it. So what you're seeing is the inertia field of the interaction of the rays with the environment.
Okay, so you have to, no matter what. It cannot be, but oh no, I'm still back to square one, but that's okay.
Well, are you with the home crowd or are you the away crowd?
Well, I don't know where I'm living at the time.
Well, you will know because when your team scores and everybody cheers, you're in the home crowd.
Yeah, true. You're taking me back to the Mandela days. He brought the nation together with games.
Didn't he? Did you see that? Yeah. Did you see
I was here. Yes, I was here when all that was going on.
Was there a rope tied around your wrist or something? Or, were you stuck together with glue, crazy glue?
Just pure happiness, really.
Pure happiness. Yeah. Fairly non-tangible to me.
But yeah, but you could see it in the crowds, of course. There was no ropes on people's wrists.
So this is the beauty of the creation. Yeah, and life wants to live and people want to be happy. That's the fundamental way that the universe works, and it can only do that in terms of peace.
Exactly.
So it's wonderful.
We have such a wonderful opportunity to create that heaven and that beauty.
Wow.
If we can make sure that we really look at what's happening and we're fair amongst ourselves, because I'll never forget when we were doing a project and I'm trying to get everybody to do some things, and one lady suddenly shouted, she said, "You're fair." And I said, "Yes, I am fair." So it's something that people weren't used to. And being white, of course, and everybody else was not. It was a moment that I won't really forget, because she was so happy that I was being fair amongst them. It was something that I guess she was happy to experience. So that's yeah.
You reminded me of I was in my younger days when I was playing soccer, and we were just having kick arounds. I wasn't a professional player or anything like that, but with soccer players, anytime you see a field, that's a potential for a game, right? I mean, that's what a field represents. And so all you have to do is you take a ball and you throw it in the middle of the field, and people coming up from everywhere. You don't know where they're coming from, right? And they all come together. And if you were to say to them, I want you to come to this field at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, you get some people come there at 1:30, some at 2:30, some, they come on the wrong day, or, they say, yeah, I'll be there, but they don't even show up. But here, if you throw a ball in the middle of the field, everybody shows up at the same time. Hey, let's have a run. And so what happened was there were about 20 black guys come out. They were from Eritrea. And not only was I different color, I was white, but I had white shorts. And they had black shorts. I was black on black, and I was, white on white. I stood out like a sore thumb, and I said, hey guys, can I have a run? And they said, hey, no problem, just go on in. I said, okay, fine. And so I was the only guy in there, and talk about standing out. And then the thing was, it was very, very hot day, so we played what you call skins and shirts, but the shirts were kind of like t-shirts, so that they were very thin. And so I was part of the skins team, so you didn't have a t-shirt. And as we were playing, these guys were younger than I was, and so I wasn't going to run, and it was too hot to run anyway. I'm lazy like everybody else, so they would pass me the ball, and I would just pass it on to the next guy. And then we took a break. After we played for about an hour, we took a break. And the guy says to me, I like playing with you. And I said, oh, well, this is cool. Nice to hear. Why is that? Well, he says, when I pass you the ball, you pass it back.
Yeah, exactly.
And I said, okay, what am I missing here? Well, this is when I pass it to my friend. He never gives it back.
Yeah.
Well, why, your friend is black. He should, if anyone was going to discriminate, they were going to discriminate against me, and I thought that was hilarious. He's angry with his buddy. So it doesn't matter the color of the skin. That wasn't, and it didn't matter, nothing else mattered. What mattered was the flow of the game and how the game was played and how we interacted. And of course, because I couldn't run, the ball always goes faster than you anyway. So, and who wants to run on a hot day? I walked all the time. So, I walk into the open, the guy passes me the ball, I just flick it on to the next guy, he puts the ball in the net, and they say, oh, how come we did that so fast and nobody's sweating? Well, because we let the ball do all the work. Well, that's the PM tick, isn't it? That just keeps on going and going and keeps on rolling. So which way does the PM tick go? It all depends, right? Because sometimes the other team has the ball, sometimes our team has the ball, right? So which way is the PM tick going? Which way is positive? Which way is negative? Wherever the ball is going, it's negative. Wherever the ball is going to is positive.
Yeah, I finally got that.
Okay.
It's your point of view.
Ed had his mic open. Ed, is there something you'd like to add to this conversation?
He wants to throw in a football or a hockey puck. I don't.
And Randy's joke is that, how do you choose?
I was just going to throw in my point of view to simplify things, maybe. Although I honestly don't know the ultimate answer to all of this, but I think, Gail, you're very right on in your thinking up until the point where you say the plasma, when it comes into our environment, that it always becomes a hydrogen. I think the strength of the PM tick or the plasma dictates the element that it becomes. First of all, our environment, the Earth environment dictates that we have this atomic structure. This may not be true everywhere else. I don't know that for sure, but I know that our environment dictates that we have these electron shells and, you know, all this stuff and this structure that we see drawn out and all of that stuff, which I'm not even sure is accurate. But all of that is our Earth environment. You understand that?
Well, I mean, what's happening with the neutron, this could be anywhere in the universe or
So
unicorns.
the neutron, all by itself doesn't become an atomic structure until it creates it somehow, and I don't know how exactly, but somehow the neutron becomes unable to maintain its structure. And
Yes.
that's when it gets rid of it, part of itself, and it, you know, an electron is made, and then it becomes a proton and an electron.
Mhm.
I am not certain, and Alex, you may know, correct me on this, but the strength of the plasma dictates what kind of element it's going to become. It doesn't have to become just one electron. When the neutron, you know, loses its ability to hold on to its structure, it emanates like when our sun created the solar system. How many planets do we have? I'm not sure, but you know, at least 9, huh?
Right. Yeah, you're
And
absolutely
many
right.
other structures also in between all those planets, depending also, you know, on the field strength of the layers as you progress out from the sun. And the planets are different according to also what layers they inhabit and their structure dictates. And so isn't the creation of the atom the same? And I'm
Right.
more asking
But
than
it
stating.
is no, but you know, if you're digging in the ground and in Chile you get copper, and in Indonesia you get gold, and in Saudi Arabia you get oil. How come? You know, it's still an atom. It's still, you know, created by a neutron, and it's still created through this process of nuclear decay, because the nuclear decay is the manifestation in the physicality.
Yes, but I thought that Gail's question, her confusion, was that everything comes into this environment and becomes an atom of the same nature with one electron, therefore becoming a hydrogen. And she doesn't
Right.
understand how the different strengths can all result in the same
Yes.
hydrogen structure. And all I'm saying is I don't think that's right. I think they become different structures according to their plasmatic strength.
Which is
So
dictated by the environment.
Well, what it becomes is dictated by the environment. Its initial strength is according to what it was when it came out from its source.
So then I could have 10 electrons if my PM ticks were very, very,
Right.
very strong.
Well, your PNTICs first become a plasma, which becomes a neutron structure.
Mhm.
Is that correct, Alex?
That's correct.
Yes. And so but that neutron doesn't become an atomic structure until somehow, and I don't know how, but it comes out of balance somehow and unable to um, maintain its structure without getting rid of something. And it has to get rid of some of its energy. And I don't pretend to understand exactly why that is. But I know that a neutron, it's always taking in other rays from outside itself, and it's always giving out. But somehow it comes to the point where it has to be, you know, emit something, and that something becomes electron or other mini electrons. And what it emanates at that point where it comes out of balance dictates the element that it becomes in our environment, because our environment dictates a certain structure. Like, how many electrons does the first shell have, Alex? Like 2?
Well, yeah, whatever. Those are details.
Yeah, well, that
Uh,
determines the elements that we have, that
Right,
it becomes. But that's purely dependent on the environment, what
right.
structure that becomes. And I don't know what causes the limits and all that stuff
Well,
like
the
that.
interaction of one PM tick with another PM tick.
The PM ticks are rays that when they interact with similar strengths, they come together to form a plasma.
Similar, a common similarity.
And they come together to form a plasmatic structure.
And if they're dissimilar, they repel each other.
They don't interact.
Right.
But we're talking about the ones that do interact, they become a plasmatic structure.
Right.
And then the which is, I think that's kind of like a neutron.
Right.
So, but then eventually the neutron comes out of balance somehow, and it creates a structure, an atomic structure, because it emits part of its energies, which becomes the electron structure around the now it's called a proton, but it's actually still the neutron that's just gotten rid of part of itself.
That's exactly right.
But that atomic structure is what dictates what element we have on this planet, and that's dictated by the strength of the neutron, that how much it gets rid of, and our environment dictates, I guess, how many electrons that forms. And so the strength of the plasma, Gail, is what dictates the kind of element that it's going to become. It doesn't always become a hydrogen. The higher strengths will become higher strength elements or higher mass elements.
More electrons.
More electrons.
And more mass.
And more mass. So does that make more sense?
Yeah, it does. So, but then I'm kind of like, I'm out there in the universe and I want to make something. And I have to look at all those rays that are making plasmas.
No.
Use your wishes.
There you go. Thanks, Mark.
Never mind. I'm trying to understand. I'm a scientist, right? And I'm going to teach. So I need to know how I can decide. I know that it'll be the smallest one of those that will give me the hydrogen, because that's the least of all the things in the universe. The one electron and the one proton, right? So
you're an inkjet printer.
I'm not sure you have to decide, Gail.
Well, I'm just saying that's how I'm thinking.
Okay.
So if I have
what you're asking is, how do you create a new universe, right?
Well, I think you have to add more and more single hydrogen together, and I'm calling it a hydrogen, to get another element.
Are you trying to create another universe or another environment as a creator? Is that what you're thinking about?
I probably would like to have Avatar,
No. I'm just asking. You say you're out in the universe and you want to create something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you're wanting to create another environment or a certain, maybe another planet or a star or whatever, right?
Another, universe, yeah.
Another universe. So you don't try to build it up using the rays and the PM ticks. You create the environment, and the creator takes care of the rest. Everything, it responds to that environment and it becomes what it's going to become in that environment. You don't have to be busy creating all the hydrogens or all of the other elements that universe will house. And that universe may be of a higher strength, and it may contain elements that we don't even know about. But it's going to happen according to the same procedure that it happens here. But you don't have to put it all together. It puts itself together when you create the environment. So what we need to know is how we create the environment. And I do not know I don't know how to do that.
We're right back to square one. But this is a good conversation. It's helping actually in some ways. though there's still confusion. You know, because when you're teaching in a class, then you have to do the very basics so people can get an idea. But
I think I understand the nature of your question now.
Okay.
Let me try and answer the question.
Okay.
I have a load of bricks.
Bricks.
And yes, and I'm piling the bricks up.
Mhm.
The question is, am I piling up bricks? Am I building a wall? Or am I building a cathedral?
Observer point of view. The answer.
Oh, yeah. What's your answer, Gail?
You're asking me about
I'm doing the same thing in all three conditions. I'm piling up bricks. I'm laying bricks and mortar. Okay.
Like I'm talking about the hydrogen. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So am I a bricklayer? Am I a wall builder? Or am I a home builder?
Well, in my eyes, it depends on what you want to do.
Well,
So
what
I
are you
guess
going to do? You're going to just create a bunch of, I'll lay some bricks over here, and then I'll lay some bricks over there, and just give me my paycheck and I'll go home. Would you be happy
yeah,
with
let's
that?
say I'm building a house.
Oh, you're building a house. Okay.
Yes.
And so you've agreed that you're building a house and the bricks will be a component of that house.
Yes.
Okay, so now you know you need bricks and you need a bricklayer and you need mortar and you need a foundation and all these things you know right off the bat because you said you want to build a house. But if I say I'm going to lay bricks, you don't know if I'm going to build a house. You don't know where I'm going to put the bricks and you don't know what form it's going to take. Okay, so as Mark says, your intention is important. And as Ed says, you know, you have to have a pattern, you have to have a blueprint. You have to know what you're trying to create. So by starting, you know, you build it from the bottom up, but your vision is from the top down.
I actually did all that. I sat in the rain and I made my plan and drew it up and we created it and it's very interesting. And we made our own bricks. So it's a good analogy for me.
Okay, that's a wonderful conversation. I agree with you. That this is something that actually scientists have a problem with too. So very glad you brought it up, Gail. Very glad, and I'm glad that everybody tuned into this.
Yeah, and Ed, thank you for your inputs. I hope we can take a more conversation on it because I'm trying to remember what Mr. Keshe said about, you know, the reason we have, you know, one of the planets has what, 100 moons. It all is the same issues. It's the same thing.
Different,
So
different field strength distances from the sun produces different planetary structures.
So the different field strength because of the distance from the sun.
As you get further and further from there's like layers, like the atomic structure. You know, we have these layers of electrons. Have you ever seen a picture of them draw, you know, like an element that has a whole bunch of electrons and there's different layers? And the sun, the further you get from it, the field strength gradually changes as it gets further and further away. That's why at certain points we have like that asteroid belt. What's the name of that big belt full of
Van Allen, you mean?
what?
Yeah, that's the asteroid belt. That's right.
Yeah, no, Van Allen is around the Earth. The in the solar system there's a layer, but that's all dependent on the field strength at that point as what is and you have rays going out from the sun, but you also have rays coming back from the sun when they reach. And all of those interact with each other according to the environment, which is the strength of the field that they are in at that point. And I don't pretend to understand the details of it, but I know that's the basic structure. That's why the planets close in have a different structure than the planets like the big gas giants, and then further away we have different planets, and I don't know, but it's their environment that dictates what is being created at that point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so in other words, that picture that you had there, Alex, before, instead of having one electron, depending on where you are, the environment, you could have 100 electrons and is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, now that makes a lot of sense.
It's not only dependent on the environment, but the strength of the plasmatic structure.
Yeah, absolutely. So then our issue of a proton plus electron, it is the different elements, depending on the strength of that plasma that those PM ticks created and so on, environment. And that means we still have one proton, maybe, or
well, that's
this
that is that's where I get a little hazy.
We're
maybe
just
Alex
talking
knows
about
better,
this
but
universe at the moment, and there's many, not only do we have to understand this universe, we have to understand each and every other universe. So there's still some work to do.
So you also mentioned there could be a lot of protons. Well, then you're back to what would be a hydrogen. So if it's, I mean, I'm meaning if we one electron and one proton, and then we had a bunch of them together, that would be a lot of hydrogens together. But if you have the plasma from those initial fundamental plasma, if it was very strong, depending on the environment, you could have one proton with a whole lot of electrons. Depends.
Every electron has a proton structure associated with it.
But then we wouldn't have planets. We wouldn't have planets with a lot of moons.
No, you have to think of the elements as crowds.
As which?
As a crowd.
Okay.
You have to think of the element as a crowd. And so I asked you before, how many in the crowd?
Okay. And then that could be a whole bunch of electrons, and the audience in the middle, I mean, it's just one.
Gail, how do we get an electron?
From decay.
Yeah. But so an atomic structure has, every time that a proton decays, we have an electron. And I think, as far as I know, Alex, this is correct, in the atomic structure, there's always a proton for every electron, but we have differing amounts of neutrons that create the isotope strengths. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. But
yes. So there are neutron structures that have not yet become protons and electrons within the atomic structure, and that's what creates still your different strength balance of an atom that we call isotopes.
Perfect. Yes.
Can you,
Gail, do you see
the
that?
Hydrogen have an electron?
It
yes,
has to.
hydrogen has an electron.
It has one proton and one electron.
Exactly.
And Alex, you said the crowd is a whole bunch of electrons, but it has to have
a whole bunch of protons.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now I'm confused again because I'm right back where I started from.
Okay, perhaps we'll continue this next week.
Yes, please. Because to me, one electron and one proton is a hydrogen atom. That's what I was saying in the beginning. It means that our hydrogen adds and adds together.
Yes, yes. Carbon is hydrogen 6. You know, nitrogen is hydrogen 7. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. That's where I'm getting
but
mixed
they
up.
also have a radical increase in mass because they also now have a neutron, which basically is an undifferentiated atom. And so there's this turmoil that's constantly going because energy is always in motion. So neutrons break down into more atoms, and atoms break down into PM ticks, and it just keeps going. And what is left, the only thing that you see is this crowd of atoms.
Okay. I think, yeah, I'm in the process of reading it up, and it's a little bit difficult to follow everything.
Yes, it definitely is.
Yeah.
I
And
read
then
the books. Yeah, I constantly read the books myself, and I keep putting it together a little piece at a time.
And
And I'm
then
never,
changing your mind and thinking, oh, wait a minute, this is different.
yeah. And you keep growing and understanding and stuff. But it's okay. You know, honestly, I don't think we need to understand all of these details that much, because we're going to learn to understand it more from a feeling and an emotional standpoint. And then I think it's going to make a lot more sense how this happens.
Yeah. If we could just pay attention to our body, which already does all this, if we can learn how to look at it.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much for taking the time. I can see it took a lot of time here, but I'm really thinking more and more about it. And yeah, we'll understand it soon.
But it's the beauty of the creator that creates this process. And that's what I meant, why you don't have to be so concerned about, like you said, you wanted to build something from the ground up and stuff, and you don't have to put all this together because the creator created the process. It happens. It does it. Life is created when you create the environment, and everything else just responds accordingly.
As long as I understand how to create the environment.
Exactly.
Back to square one.
Well, in a way, it's back to square one, but it also takes us inward. You know, how do we create our own environment? And so, yes, we're learning all of this, and I think it's going to become clearer. I think Mr. Keshe is going to lead us gently into this whole, you know, we'll get it eventually.
And also, I want to know about the infinity loop as opposed to the plasma loop when we are creating the environment in our body to have the soul of man embrace the spark, the soul of physicality. Because the plasma loop style means we create more energy. So for next week, Alex, I'm going to ask you.
Perhaps you'd like to present that, Gail, in a short teaching about the plasma loop and the infinity loop and what you understand about it.
I'm glad you're going to handle that, Alex.
What? Who? Me? What? Someone said my name?
We put you on the spot. We're going to. But thank you very much for what you've done this evening. I know everybody's dying to go to sleep, so I'll be quiet now.
Well, thank you so much for this wonderful conversation, and thank you for allowing me to present.
Selena has her mic open. Go ahead, Selena.
Yes. The small thought happening in my head like 2-3 days, maybe 4 days. I want to talk about that. About politics. I am not a politician, people. But I'm observing something. It's like India. Recently, I find out the Singapore Prime Minister is Indian, right? And then Britain Prime Minister is Indian, Hindu. And then our Kamala Harris is, I think some other side is Indian, Hindu too. And in India recently going to the moon and saying the sun. So is there something happening in there? Anything interesting? Can anyone ask Mr. Keshe? I don't go to the Thursday live teaching that time. But if anyone ask about that, it would be very good. I want to know what is going on there.
Why don't you send your question to Rick? He's hosting the workshop and he may read your question and you'll hear the answer presented in the workshop. That's an option for you.
Yeah. But if I don't do somebody else, please. There's something going on there. I don't know why nobody talking about that. And the big powerhouse is Britain, right? There's Indian people in there. Singapore and America, and a lot of stuff happening. Okay, that's it. And another thing I want to talk about that is very small. Recently, I'm watching the Foresight Institute, the Georgia Emory University, Medical University. There's a professor, Courtney Brown. His institute is that. He got the Panasonic 6 something, some camera, and then he's the remote viewer and professor.
From SRI,
And
I believe, yes.
Yeah. So scientific remote viewing he's doing. He bought a camera and then he set it to 10 minutes for in his deck in the house, and then he find out 50 UFO flying over his house. So he's saying right now he's seeing everywhere the UFO is flying. We can see in our eyes because our eyes doesn't have any, and their power, but that kinds of power, and they're protecting something to hide their spaceship in some kinds of technology they use. They're hiding their spaceship. But the latest Panasonic, that camera, $4,000, he's saying, he's teaching people how to set up the camera, and you can see UFO everywhere, every time, anywhere, if you want, instant. But the government talk about the UFO. Oh, this year, this UFO came. Sometimes it was glitch, and then sometimes they're saying it is weather balloon. This and that is. But now we have a proof. We can see and we can record ourselves that it is big thing, and why they are hiding. That is another point. If it is good, they don't need to hide this way. What is happening? So there is a good information in there, and if we want, we can do a lot of stuff in that way. So I want to talk about
the name?
that.
Salifa, what is?
Foresight Institute. It is in Atlanta. He's a professor in Emory University. I don't know he is retired right now, or he was Emory University, Medical University. Very, very, very good university. Medical
in USA or
is Atlanta. I'm in Georgia, close to Florida. Atlanta is in Atlanta.
And you said it's for remote viewing or what was it?
Yeah, Farsight Institute. Yeah, Farsight Institute. They do remote view. They have a group in there.
Right.
Not Greer.
They're coming back for the party. As Mr. Keshe said, a lot of old friends are coming back. Many souls are coming this way. And it won't be one or two in the skies anymore. It'll be by the hundreds and the thousands.
Yeah, they're thousand and thousand and everywhere, everywhere.
They're coming back for the party to welcome the new child into the family.
Yeah, there is a lot of secret stuff happening. We need to know. We need to know. Thank you for listening.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, just a little affirmation that you can repeat for the elevation of your soul, the enlightenment of your soul. May you be proud of the work you do. May you be proud of the person you are. And may you be proud of the difference you make. This is a little keychain handed out to the participants in Manchester. It's not the keychain that's so important, but the words I think are important for all of us. So you can elevate your soul just by repeating or affirming these sort of things. And I'm going to play the first wellness center that Andreas created, then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Is there anyone else who wants to bring anything else at this point? Alex, we want to thank you and everyone else who participated, whether it's on the verbal side or on the quiet line of communication. Both are acceptable. And even Mr. Keshe said in this last teaching, he's finding out he doesn't need to talk so much. It's almost like traveling in a car with a companion. And if you're very familiar with that companion or friend, you don't really need to say much. I've found that over time, but someone who's not comfortable, who maybe you don't know, it seems like the conversation has to go on and on and on and on. There's just not that comfortableness between the participants, but when there's no words, many words need to be said as you're operating on that plasma dimension. I think we've all experienced that. So let me play the Wellness Center again. Thank you, Andreas, for putting this together. Just one of the wellness centers we'll see, and for everyone else who participated and added and bringing the change. This is what we're here to do, to welcome this new child into the universal family. So thank you all, and we'll see you next week.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time, we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you hope to learn starting some of these systems. Now they're being positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding, and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow with no patients.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.